All right. We are live. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number 1. Again, if you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, that would be helpful. HR, hello. I did have a good weekend. Hopefully you had a good weekend too. But is anybody else here? Hello, hello, hello. Anthony, Brian, Travis, Brett. Okay, looks like we are good to go. All right, everybody, welcome. Subtac, good morning. Hoover, good morning. Welcome, everybody. It is Monday, September 29th. The year is 2025. And we are off to, I guess, the start of the final week of September. Where did September go, by the way? I mean, time really does fly. Like, it's literally going to be Christmas time before we know it. Hassan, I'm not sure what you said there, but hello. Well, this morning's been a little tricky for me. Started off with internet issues, so I missed out on, I don't know, 15-ish minutes of trading time right at the open, which is kind of my bread and butter time. So we're still able to get some trades all on the micros just because I was a little scared of what was going on with my internet. But a reboot of the modem got things working okay. So maybe playing catch up a little bit. But I got to be careful with that. I don't want that voice to take over. Okay, I missed time, so let me catch up on it. So I got a little bit of that kind of battle going on, but overall doing fine. And the price action has this part right here, especially if you took any of that long, well done. I could see people getting short here though, seeing all these upper shadows, thinking this thing maybe is getting ready to roll over. It didn't. So shorts that took that and that were not disciplined, hopefully they were in a prop account because that would have been a very nasty move right there. But if you were long on that one, well done. We're right now knocking on the door of this trend line here. So I don't know if we get the break of it or not. I'm just going to kind of sit here and watch, try to get my sea legs. As a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, first off, welcome. Great to have you. But yes, no need to hit the like button because I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy this or not. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. But how I fed hungry children over the weekend. Well, thank you, K-Storm. Appreciate that. When my kids are eating a nice bowl of my Fruity Pebbles instead of, wow, how did I almost forget the name of the Fruity Pebble cereal? But yeah, my kids like to eat Fruity Pebbles more so than just Pebbles, right? But thank you, K-Storm. Very kind of you. Can code clay makes the world, or not the world go round, but it does help the live stream continue. So yes, thank you, K-Storm. Much appreciated. All right, to buy this breakout or not? I don't know if I'm really gonna trust it right now. I'm gonna sit on the sidelines of this breakout. Hindsight will be the judge on if I should have trusted it or not. But right now, I'm gonna err on the side of caution. But how's everybody's days going so far? Green, red, great, terrible. Passed an account, blew up an account, qualified for a payout. Where's everybody's days at so far? Good morning, Aggie. By the way, my favorite thing is not people saying morning to me, which don't get me wrong, I do enjoy people saying good morning to me. But when I see people saying good morning to other people, that tells me these people know each other, they're recognizing the names, and they care enough to say good morning to those other people. So when Bill says, hey, what's going on to Anthony, and then he says, hello, Travis and Jocko, that's good stuff there. That warms my heart. That's the type of community that I want to build here. People remember one another. People build a good enough relationship where they actually want to just say good morning to one another. So Red so far, blue up an eval. Okay. Glad to read an eval and not to know that wasn't your racehorse, Brian. So that's good. That's good. Yasmin, good morning. Got my goal on one and got aggressive and blew another. Bit of overconfidence for sure. Yeah. That happens. That happens on the pro or well, on all accounts, but I myself am definitely more aggressive on the test accounts, evals, whatever your prop firm calls them. Down 500. Think I will leave it alone till tomorrow. Yeah, if you're down 500 on that account, might want to leave it alone. Now, to my credit, sometimes hindsight makes me look kind of stupid, but in this situation, looking like I was right to not trust the breakout there as it has pulled back. Now, if it comes back up again, that does change the equation a little bit, but on that initial time, glad I was skeptical. Glad I was a little bit on the skeptical side here. This morning's action, it's been fine, but I don't know. It kind of a little lackluster compared to some days last week, but the stream is young. Who knows? Maybe we get another one of these, kind of however you want to define it, either late morning or early afternoon flushes, or maybe we get a move to the upside. So, or maybe that's just completely wishful thinking on my part. But right now, we've entered into quite a bit of a kind of just choppy situation. Although, for you range traders out there, you're saying, stop complaining, guy. I'm making all kinds of money. I love range trading. Up 2,400 between two accounts. Just passed evals on Friday. I now have 3 PT. Fun. Good job. Just passed a buffer on the 2. Excellent. Well done, Ethan. Well done. Ethan doing the racehorse model, as far as I can tell, which is the way. In my opinion, that is the way within prop firms. Where you have, just because you get a pro account, just because you get funded accounts, don't just settle for that. Or else you're going to open yourself up to trading scared because you don't want to blow the pro accounts or the funded accounts, because, well, then I got to go through the test phase again. Sometimes some prop firms offer you to reset pro accounts, but they charge you a whole lot of money. But if you are actively working on passing other tests, even though you've already passed some, keep working on passing other ones. That way, if and when you do blow your pro accounts or your funded accounts, you're not sitting there now tempted to way overpay to resurrect one of them. You can just go grab one, as we call it, the racehorse model, grab one from the stable and plug it right in. So that is the quick summary of what the racehorse model is. If your pro accounts are your racehorses, always be in the process of turning regular horses, aka test accounts, into racehorses, which are those pro accounts, and then just throw them in the stable. Man, we are not so doing good on likes today. It is Monday. I think everybody's got a case of the Mondays, but yeah. If you've been here before, friendly reminder, hit that like button. It's okay though. We're shaking off the weekend cobwebs, it looks like, but yeah, I'm glad I did not trust that breakout, as it's now been a pretty much full-blown failure with the pullback. Although I can still see maybe some people, if they bought the breakout, if they're running a wide stop, then I'd assume their stop was down here below this low, and they were looking for it to probably go to new highs, if not higher. So I could see some longs still being in there, but the price breaking down below 933, I'm thinking probably takes out all the disciplined longs, I would say. All right, there we go, up to 29. All right. Now we're getting back. I guess, yes, case of the Mondays, people just forgetting. Now, I am starting to get interested in a long just on the pullback here. This yellow line here I've had mapped out for quite a while. That's my ideal area to start to think for a long. But you see where the price is right now. We're still quite a bit up above it. Maybe think about something here at that purple line, which is the 50-period simple moving average. And, I mean, really, I potentially think about something right here at these lows. Was patient for the retest. Didn't necessarily come back down to opening range. But, yeah. Patience is one of those weird things. It's so easy to say, hey, just got to be patient. But then to actually be patient, oh, man. I think that is one of the, don't get me wrong, there's lots of weird dynamics in trading, but I think that's one of the weirdest in my mind, is how easy is it to say be patient, but then when it's time to actually be patient, oh, my goodness. Trump's talking right now. Gonna chop until Trump's speech. I don't know. It is a Monday with very little news. Might chop all day. So Happy Days, he's talking right now or he's going to be talking? I did hear that earlier that he was going to talk, but I guess I never... Really, I was like, I'll just ask the chat and the live stream. Because, I mean, you guys are... But yes, I don't... Happy Days is a little ambiguous there. Like, is he talking right now or is he going to be talking, Happy Days, or anybody else? He's talking right now. Can somebody confirm? I always like, no offense, Happy Days, I always like to get a couple of confirmation. Because I've been told things a couple times that weren't exactly true. Not out of malicious intent, but people were just mistaken. Can anybody confirm that he is talking? Hey, good morning, Sam. All right. Like I said, that yellow line had my attention, but now if Trump is talking, makes it a little bit more sketchy. I don't see him talking now. He is not talking yet. Okay. Are you sure, Happy Days? Now I'm worried for you. Happy Days, you're not watching like an old clip, are you? Got some Monday morning. He is not speaking yet. All right, Happy Days. We now have a 3-to-1 ratio against you. So yeah, what are you watching, Happy Days? Sounds like you are watching something that you think is live, but is not. Lots of political things happen over the week. There's always, in the day of social media, like a million political things happen literally every single day. That is why, I mean, all news events have a shelf life of exactly like 45 minutes. Other than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, news life is still actually got some legs. But like that was one where it had actually stayed in the media for a while. Outside of that, I can't remember the last media story that had like a shelf life of more than 7 seconds. It's crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of political things that happen almost every single hour. Which, by the way, on that note, man, I made some poor decisions over the weekend. I pulled up Twitter and just started to go through the feed. Oh my goodness. Poor decision. Poor decision on my part. Especially, and then, the algorithm knows that I'm into trading. So, I mean, some of this stuff I'm seeing out there, it's like, I'll just say it, like a lot of this ICT stuff, and I'm not saying but like, I don't know, the students, or whatever it is, like, it's like making such a mockery of trading. Like, I saw this one thing, it was like some guy, like number sequences or something. It was just like, oh, and a lot of big words and just, oh. So anyways, I will not be, for the most part, as I've said, I keep my head down. I do my own thing. And now over the weekend, I was reminded why. Because you hop on Twitter and you start to go through the stream, and good grief. So yeah, that'll be my last time doing that. Back to keeping my head down, doing my own thing. Trump meeting with Netanyahu at 11 a.m. Eastern. Hello, Johnny T. Hey, Truth Vibes. Meeting starting shortly. So anyways, there's my little rant. If you want like good, well, I'm not going to say this is like the be all end all, but if you want like, I think a good step in the right direction to having just somewhat of a like peace of mind, avoid Twitter. Oh my goodness. So there we go. There's my little public service announcement. All right. Maybe think, again, I keep waiting for it. I want to see it actually hit that yellow line, but we're just putzing right here above it. So I'm trying to be patient. Yeah, I'll do water in a little bit. Trying to be patient. Was this Friday? I can't remember. There was a day last week where I was really good, to pat myself on the back. I was really good in the patience department. But like the problem was nothing would hit my target. Like I'd like, all right, I want this area. And then it would come down and then just stop right above it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to be patient. I can't remember if that was Friday or Thursday, but it was one of those very annoying days. Did you change your name again? Where did your avatar go? Hey, good morning, Joss. I'll grab the water now. Again, if you're just getting logged on, I've been talking about this yellow line for a while. And then this pullback happened. And then all of a sudden, it's starting to kind of consolidate out right above the yellow line. So it's, I'm not going on tilt, but it's just one of those like little irritations. What's the horses looking like this week? They're doing okay. I had an internet issue. Actually, I'll re-go over my morning now that it's 11 since this is officially the start time. But so here's how my morning kind of went. Let's find. Yeah, so my internet was super, super sketchy, and then I ran a test on it, and these were my results. I'm like, okay, that makes sense why my computer and everything seems to be crawling at ant speed. So then I had to reboot, and I don't know if it's like a fiber thing or what, but fiber internet, if you reboot that modem, like it's a good 10 minutes, if not more, before anything comes up. And there's lots of like false positives, meaning it'll act like it's online for 15 seconds and then kick back off again. So that is kind of how my morning was. I lost a good chunk of time. So in some senses, I was explaining this earlier, I feel like I have the sense of, playing the catch up, right? The catch up voice that shows up, not the food catch up, but like I'm trying to catch up because I missed out on a good chunk of that morning session, which is where I really enjoy. So, I mean, overall, I'm still happy, still green and all that, but yeah, not the greatest start for me because of the internet issues, but it is what it is, and we'll see what we can get right now. And then the action has been not the. I mean, it hasn't been terrible. Don't get me wrong. I've made money, but kind of what you would expect when it's a Monday, when there's no news and all that. But Trump is talking today, from what you guys are saying in the chat. So I'm trying to remain hopeful that we might get some movement here. This market is nothing compared with the market when we started 14 years ago. 14 years ago. I think I started off even more than even that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 14, yeah. Because I got started in like 2006-ish. But yeah, I can't remember the market 14 years ago, HR. What was the market like then? But yeah, so that's how the horse are looking. What strategy do you use? I use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. So I use some candlesticks, some moving averages, and some trend lines. I'm not that smart. I'm pretty stupid. So I got to keep it simple for myself. So yeah. Strategy, KISS. Give me a KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Answer quite fast for their size. I know answer very strong for their size. Are they fast too? I'm not sure. Hey, B. Randun. E Company, good morning. Trump talks. Okay, I have no idea what Trump talks. I was just told that Trump is talking, and then that's not the case. But now I've heard like several. So I have no idea. I should just look it up. Sometimes the chat is not the most accurate place to get news. No offense, but we had a good case study of that this morning. Well, like I said, nobody's being malicious. Sometimes people are just mistaken. Me08 iHub still check up on it for. Happy days. Are you still trading penny stocks or something? Hey, relax, Ardu. I think not as erratic. Yeah, sure.
Can I steal my money I make?
Can you what?
Can I steal my money I make?
Oh, you made some money?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you made this. Okay, you didn't actually make it. You made me some. How much is it?
It's just like, not real money, it's 5 cents.
Oh, yeah, I got a nickel. What's this one? 24 cents? 200. I think your 4 is backwards. What is this one?
28.
Oh, 28 cents. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Is this for me?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm 32 cents richer. Thank you. But this is, there you go. If you make money real, then you go to jail. You can't make money. You can't print your own money.
That you can keep it.
I can keep it? Okay. All right.
Can I just help make you money?
You want to help make me money? Sure.
Okay.
Come here. All right. Let's see what we can cook up. All right. So what are you thinking here?
I think it will go up.
You think it will go up?
Mm-hmm.
Should I buy now then?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in. Okay. We want to see this candle turn green.
Okay.
Okay, I'm making money. Should I sell?
Yes.
Uh-oh. I wasn't fast enough. That's Daddy's fault. There we go. We got good job. You were right. It did go up.
Now can we think? I think we'll go down.
You think it's going to go down now?
Mm-hmm.
Should I short then and get... Should I get short?
Yes.
Okay, we're in. Now we want to see this. Oh, it's going red. Should I get out?
Yes.
We made money again. Good job. Wow. Oh, I should have... probably should have held longer. Look at that red. Look at this turning red. That means we would have made even more money. Good call. Good call. Good job.
Does that mean I go to a Walmart?
You want to get at Walmart? Go to Walmart and get some food?
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah.
and my own.
Look at that. Look, we would have made... You could have gotten probably like 3 donuts instead of 1 now.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Are you supposed to be doing something right now?
No.
No? Are you sure? You're not supposed to be doing school right now?
No, I don't have to schoolwork.
Does Mommy know you're up here?
I can go down.
Yeah, you better. Okay. Okay, see you. Tell her. Well, come back up. Say bye. Say bye, everybody. Right here.
Bye,
No. Talking to the mic.
Bye, everybody.
Say hit the like button. Or smash the like. You can say whatever you want. Smash, hammer, the like button, whatever you want.
Smash a bite button.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
Oh, look, the like button's going up.
Bye, Dad.
See you later. Close the door behind you, please.
Okay, I will. You could keep talking. I'll put it quiet.
Okay, I'll keep talking. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Well, I mean, Texas, yeah. Like I said, little economic history and basic logic goes a long way, but appreciate you being open-minded about it and hearing me out. All right. Well, maybe Kit should just take over. She was a quick 2 for 2. Again, I am interested in a long down here. So what I want to see is the price hit that yellow line, which it's doing right now. If that's close enough. That's close enough. Buy. And I'll get long at the green line there. Okay. Let's see if it wants to come up to that green line. I am in. And out there for a little scalpy scalp. If you're in and your stop is down here, I totally get you. Hindsight will be the judge on if that scalpy scalp was the wrong decision or not. But I'm going to just... start with the scalpy scalp, as this market is a little... I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with the trust factor of things. Now, next area I'm interested in a potential long is down here at this purple line. Pink line. Love you, bro. Thank you for being well, thank you, Iggy Pop. I try to be a good dad, but I'm not perfect at that by any means. But I do try. Hopefully, as we all do, as husbands or as fathers and mothers, we try. All right, let's see if we can get it down to that area there. But it's always suspicious because we homeschool. So when she was up here, does Mommy know you're up here? I'm going to go downstairs. Oh, okay. Nice non-answer. To my credit right now, sometimes, hindsight makes me look stupid, but in this situation, the scalpy scalp does seem to have been the right move in my defense. Yeah. She might make a good lawyer someday. Plus 200 in the pro account. Blue 4 values in the past weeks. Not the best month for me. Yeah, but seeing how much you've gotten in payouts, I want to say you're still probably slightly green, all things considered. Is that true, Brian? Again, I don't know, but I know you crushed it last week in payouts. Oh, I turned my head and missed. All right, whoops. Once come back down to that green line, I'll try again now. I would have missed the trade anyways because I think I didn't see it, but that move looked like it happened pretty fast. So I don't think I would have been able to take advantage anyways. 1,200 in payouts last week. Oh yeah, you're well green then. Again, trying to get long at the green line right there. All right, I'm going to cancel it out. What I'm watching here now is via the 5-minute. What I'm pretty curious about is, can the price now get down to that purple line there on the 5-minute? Especially if we get a nice little hammer candle here. And if that hammer fails, I'd be interested in getting long down around there. Pretty much looking to play a fake breakdown of those lows. Getting a wedge. Okay, there we go. Okay, that area is about 9.0. I'm going to buy blindly. Not blindly, but I'm not going to wait for any bit of confirmation. In fact, I'm going to go throughout 2 buys at the pink line at the VWAP. So if it comes on there and snaps down, get a little bit aggressive on this one. In fact, I'm getting a little too aggressive. I got to wait for confirmation. Wait for confirmation here because there is starting to become a bit of a knife catching aspect to all of this at this point. Because look at this, red, red, red. Man, Kit. Remember when Kit was like going down here? Give me a 5 if you remember when Kit said it's going down and it was right there. Was anybody here when my daughter called that out? Her mistake was, again, prompted by her father to get out way too soon. All right, I'm not crazy. Like Kit totally called that, didn't she? Okay. All right, okay, this is 91, 91, 91. Buying right there at the green line. Come on, looking to get long at the green line. 5-minute looks really interesting at that point. Not only is the VWAP there, there's also the dotted brown line, which is a pivot point. So potentially a double whammy of support. Doesn't guarantee a bounce, but it's an area that I'm going to try to have some faith in. Flash golden. Hey. Okay, I'm in. Out there for a little scalpy scalp off that level. We can look to try again. Want to see how this candle finishes, though. This candle will be done moving around in 30 seconds. This is the 2-minute time frame, meaning each one of these candles moves around for 2 minutes, and then a new candle starts. So that is what the 2-minute time frame looks like. But as I mentioned, I am in more of a scalpy scalp mood kind of day. But let's see. Let's see how this candle finishes. Under 10 seconds now. And a new candle is going to start right about now. Okay, so if this line comes down, hits the yellow line, I will look to buy up here. But step 1, it's got to hit that yellow line first. Oh, go down there, hit the yellow line. Maybe I end up being too picky here, but we'll see. Again, want to see the price hit that yellow line. There we go. Now I'm looking to buy at the green line. So now it's got to come back up to me. I'm only willing to buy if it hits that green line. Well, close. I'm in. Okay, let's see if it wants to give me some kind of bounce here. I was green for a moment.
Order filled.
Okay, I added some more. Like I said, trying to have some faith in this area here. Blue line is my average price. Come on. Oh. It gets right up by my blue line and then like gets scared away by it. And I find it hard to believe that it doesn't want to at least go up there and retest that general area. But sometimes confidence can lead to, if you're too confident in something you shouldn't be confident in, and that's where the bigger trade or bigger where the pain happens. There we go. Beautiful. Come on now. Oh, no, 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 no. That was not what I was intending to do. But I don't know. If this drops straight back down, maybe that worked out. But that was not. Well, okay on that one. Well, I built some size, but then just took I took myself completely out of it. I would look for a reaction to that line first. Well, Kevin, sometimes I do that. Sometimes I don't. And I did. By the way, actually, I did do that, Kevin, now that I think about it, right? What did I do? I waited for a reaction off of that yellow line. It came up, and I bought right there. And at one moment, I had a nice little hammer right at that area. It did fail, but to my credit, I was like, I don't know. This seems like an area where the price can at least head back there and test. Although I will say I did okay. So sometimes, yes, it feels like the market is against you. But in this situation, I mean, I took myself out, and that has turned out to be the right move. So, yeah, that's why you can never play the victim card. Like, the market's always out to get you. No, there are those times, like we just saw here, where you can make a mistake, but then it actually turns out that to not be a mistake. All right, I got to stop talking. We are down at these lows here. So this could be another area to potentially look to get long. Let me move this down to kind of illustrate what I'm looking at. There we go. Okay, we'll look to get long here at the green line. Looking for it to bounce off of these lows right there. It doesn't want to bounce off those lows, or is it gonna keep bleeding? Oh, I'm in with a terrible fill. So all out there, I got spooked on that one. If you watched, I got filled, and then like the blue line was still literally like the high. So like, I don't know really how to explain that other than that was not a good fill at all. But again, I so far every trade I've taken, the scalpy scalp has been the right move. The only move was the Kit trade where she called the short. Now, had we held on to that one, I say we because me and her, man, that would have been great. But so there we go. Nice bounce off those lows right there. Ronald, good morning. Man, why is the chat so quiet today? What is going on? This is a rough, our likes are doing pretty good, but kind of, yeah, it's Monday. We got a case of the Mondays in here. All right, I'm looking for a short now up around these areas, especially on this next candle here. And if this is the V shape, you shouldn't be trading, Jocko. You're supposed to be watching and interacting. Hey, Neil. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I get it at some point. Well, no, I'm partially kidding because I do understand people are trading, but it's just weird how the chat sometimes can be on fire, then it just goes silent. The sound of silence. I think I might try another long down here. I'm going to try another long at the green line. I was trading that candle too. Hey, Raytopia. Ugh, I gave back 800. Back 800. Ugh, I gave 800 back. 800 today. I'm not sure what you mean. You gave 800 back. There's two 800s in there. That's what's confusing me, I think. The flat yellow line is also CFD VWAP level. Isn't that weird? That's why, you know what? Use whatever indicator you want, but I'm trying to keep it simple, stupid. This yellow line represents the bottom part of this earlier consolidation bottom part. And surprise, surprise, it bounced right off of it again. Future fits. Clay Wells, short. Oh, brother. I'm not going down that. I already explained myself on that. So, anyways. Good to see ya. Hey, I am Adam, otherwise known as Ichimoku. You, something like that. I don't speak Japanese. 500 was bad enough. What's her name? Whose name? My daughter's name, Kit. This was the Kit trade right there. She called it out. Dad, I think it's going to go down. But then she told me to, with my prompting, to get out probably sooner than it should have. Yeah, Kit. K-I-T. Again, if you've been here before, hit that like button. We're going for 260 likes today. So, friendly reminder to hit that like button if you have not yet. And let's get this up to 100 likes sooner than later. So we can keep the party going. All right, let's see if we can get ourselves maybe a short as we now starting to build out. Well, right now I'd call this a bear pennant. So it's at the top of the bear pennant. What would that be? 90. Yeah, I want to wait for some sort of confirmation of a short. Maybe have it come up to this pink line, get rejected, start to come back down. That could be an interesting kind of general idea to, or do something like, yeah, now my stop is way up there though. All right, I'll have to just do it. I got to do smaller size at this point. Well, again, let's see how this candle closes. Still got 1 minute now before this candle is done moving around. So let's see how this candle finishes. Got to be careful. Got to keep in mind the 5 minute. Yeah, we are in this general area of the chart, in my opinion. I mean, this is where it bounced before. So this is, buyers historically have hung out here. And to be fair, as of now, they still seem to be hanging out here. Now, will they continue to hang out? That's a whole other question. But as of now, the track record of the chart is showing us buyers have been down around here. So, yeah, just get short around this area. Probably not the greatest idea on my part. Now, to get short up around here, that's a little different because even if it comes down here and bounces, well, if I get short up here and it comes down here and then bounces, well, who cares? That's still plenty of wiggle room for me down here to take out some gains. This candle's going to close right about now. There we go. Okay. So if the price wants to come up here, hit the pink line, and then come back down, I'll look to try to grab it short. But step one, it's got to come up here and hit that pink line for me to be interested. But hindsight will be the judge. Maybe I should just be getting short right here at the VWAP. We'll see what happens. As of now, looking like hindsight was, yeah, should have just gotten short at the VWAP. Well, that is how the cookie-ish crumbles at times. Looks good. It looks good for what, Flash Golden? Dog. Well, if anybody here was like, man, Clay, I'm not waiting for that pink line. We're at VWAP. I'm getting short now, brother. Congratulations. Now, I would be very scared to get short at this point, right? As we just talked about, there is a track record of this area here where buyers have hung around, right? Here. And so far, they're hanging around right there. So to get short down around here, in my opinion, of course, these are just my thoughts. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm stupid. But that's kind of what I'd be seeing. Yeah, I took it, but should have held longer. Yeah, made 400 off. Good job, Evil Shaddix. Well done. Are you in this right now, Flash Gordon? Are you currently trading this or what? Yeah, I am definitely have zero interest in getting short right now. But I don't know, maybe you see something that's like, no, Clay, I know there's been buyers on here before, but I see X, Y, and Z, which are suggesting all those buyers are gone. So I'm getting short. Okay, more power to you. No, I'm in gold and Bitcoin. Gotcha. All right. We're getting old, Clay. No, I'm aging like a fine wine. I don't know about you. I guess aging is technically getting old, so that's true. That's true. I've been flipping UVIX for a week now. Gotcha. More so interested in a long down here. We'll see though, but want to see it come down and act and kind of show me that that yellow line is still indeed a strong area. So we'll see if the price. So again, want to see the price come down to the yellow line. If that does not hold, then another very, very, in my opinion, a juicy spot, like juicy, is down here at, I don't know, let's call it 847. Not only is it the lows right here on the 5-minute, it's also at this point in time the 200 period simple moving average. Does that guarantee a bounce? It doesn't. No such thing as a guarantee, but I don't think I don't think there's anything irrational about that at all to think that the price could bounce from these former lows that also now happen to be where the 200 period moving average is at. So we'll see if the price, in fact, 40. I'll throw an order down there right now, just in case there's So a blind buy in the sense of I don't have any confirmation, but not totally blind because for the reasons just given, that's why I would feel comfortable potentially trying to buy at that green line. Hey, good morning, Kyle. But I am still not willing to buy or to get short here. To me, a little too scary. A little too scary at the yellow line, so we'll let some more history play out here. But if this does want to snap downwards, I am looking to get long at that green line, and we'll see if it wants to make that move down there or not. Getting a phone call. I recognize the area code, but sometimes these can just be oh, yeah. No, thank you. Okay. I'm wondering again if I want to maybe try a long here, because I could do that with a very pretty tight stop. Well, I'm going to look to get long at that green line here if it wants to come back up. Because once again, this yellow line seems to be holding. Yeah, pushed back a little bit below, but didn't really make any progress. So maybe, just maybe, this area is once again holding strong. Looking to get long at that green line if it wants to come back up. Or if it wants to fall, have another order to get long down there. Why are people trading gold? Yes, that is going to trigger me. How many times do I have to say, stop making your life more difficult? Stop. Like S-Dub, you're doing futures now, right, S-Dub? Okay, I'm long. Well, I had this scalpy scalp for a second, but well, that's not the greatest move to go all the way up there and then come all the way back down, but let's see if it wants to give me more of a pop-up. Uh-oh. Once again. Put a couple profit targets up there if it does want to snap up, but I'm not feeling so good now. Looking like I might be getting stopped out. It's trying to hang in here, but I am hanging in by the skin of my teeth. And I'm going to stop out here. And I am stopped out. All right, well, that one did not quite work out. Are you doing futures now, S-Dub? Flash Golden, who have you been here before, Flash Golden? I'm always super skeptical when a name I've never seen before shows up and they're just talking up a storm. Like, you've been here before. Like, have you been here before, but is this a new name? Be honest. And S-Dub, are you finally doing futures or are you still doing options? Okay, Flash Golden. The radar's going off. All right, we'll see if it wants to make its way down to that 47-ish area. Okay, so I banned you before, and now you're back under a new name. Is that what you're saying yes to? KCCP, good morning. I think you changed your avatar, KCCP. Oh, you got a skinless dog now as your avatar? Gotcha. No, Flash, I'm asking you, have you been here before under another name, and then I banned you, and now you're back under a new name? That's what I'm asking you. I always get a little suspicious of people that are, like, I've never seen their names before, and then they're just chatting it up, almost like, it seems like you've been here before. Like, usually people kind of, just ease into a conversation. All right. Well, we do not trade gold or Bitcoin here, Flash Golden. So if you're in the cult of gold and Bitcoin, yeah, I don't waste my time with that nonsense here. I mean, you're welcome to stay. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, if you're waiting for me to start to pull up gold or Bitcoin, that's not going to happen. Now this is getting tricky because, like, now all these little bounces up, like, they're not actually giving any sort of follow through. I trade NQ. Okay, that's cool. It's easier. Yeah, that's my point. Yet people still go and do, by your own definition, things that are harder. Why do things that are harder? Why not just do the things that are easier? I agree, it is easier. Yet people like yourself and others still seem to go out there and want to trade things that are harder. I'm not looking to, like, do things that are harder. Got my third race. Awesome, man. Working on the fourth. Thanks. Good job, AA. You are crushing it. Now, are you trading any of your race horses, or are you just keeping them in the stable for now? I wouldn't say, I would definitely say that, Cyrus. There's less volume. Gold is way more choppy just because it's, I mean, NQ, ES, MNQ, MES, they get the most volume. Things that get the most volume are just where I want to be in, because that's where the most liquidity is. Because where the most liquidity is, things move the smoothest. And the smoother things move, the easier it is to trade. No, it's not, Jackson. No, it's not. Just stop. Nice job, AA. Everything is dropping. Yeah, I'm not sure. Trump is still not speaking, so... Well, it did break down below pretty quickly, that area that I thought there could be some, areas of support. To be fair, it did snap back above there, but yeah, that was... Things get a little scary when the price approaches what you thought would be probably at least a level that causes a bit of a battle, and then there's no battle. It's like, oh, okay, maybe the bears are picking up pace, but that one did snap back up. Everything is dropping. What happened? There is more supply than demand right now. That is why. Now, why is there more supply than demand? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. But why are things dropping? There are more sellers than buyers right now. All right, a new candle's about to form. I'm going to try a buy at that green line down there. We'll see what happens. Hey, hit that like button if you're enjoying. Would like to get this up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. So we need 14 likes here in the next about 18 minutes. So I'm confident we can do it. So hit that like button. We got to stay on pace. We're going for 260 likes today. So I have learned over the past few weeks that if we're going to have any chance at all of hitting that goal, we need to at least be at 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. Morning, Clay. Waiting to get the pro account active today. Awesome, Harley. Good job. We're trying to get long at that green line. But I don't know. Maybe it's just going to bounce up from here. We'll see. Man, I can still feel, I can feel it in my bones that I'm still annoyed by this morning and those internet issues and me missing out on stuff. I can feel it. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting live stream from my psyche standpoint. Looks like NQ going to go back up. Okay, Flash, so are you in? If you're in, so this is how we do things around here, Flash. Right now, you're just armchair quarterbacking, broad statement trading. So let's take your statement. Looks like NQ going to go back up, and let's see exactly what you see. So give us this. Give us your entry point, or where your entry point is going to be. Give us your stop loss and your target. Give us those three numbers ahead of time, and then we'll see exactly what you mean by that. Because right now you're at a broad statement phase. Looks like NQ going to go back up. Okay, but like, how are you going to make money from that? So that's where, but if that way, it becomes very black and white when you can give us your entry, your stop loss, and your target, those three numbers ahead of time. Once you pass the challenge, you say, nope. On Take Profit Trader, which is the prop firm that I'm using, that's why I say always aim to pass within 1 month, because after you pass, this is no longer a monthly fee. Now, if it takes you 3 months to pass, you'll have to pay that 3 times. But that's why I say just aim to pass within 1 month, because after you pass and you go to your pro account, that fee goes away. I don't think you have to trade it to say, looks like it's bullish. Well, you kind of do, Wall Street Ninja, because my point is, you don't actually believe that. You don't actually have any true faith. Well, what do you mean you don't have any true faith? Well, you're not putting your money where your mouth is. You're just armchair quarterback and stuff. I prefer people to make statements that they actually believe in. How am I defining actually believe in? You're actually putting on the trade yourself. Because after that, it just becomes just armchair, hindsight, broad statement trading. Right, and that's my reply. I realized what you weren't saying. That's my reply. I would prefer to keep people's comments those that they believe in. And again, how am I defining people that actually believe in what they're saying? They've put on the trade. So see, Flash Gordon, he doesn't actually believe in what he said. He's not even in the trade. I am short. Yeah, you're short? Where's your stop at, Raul? You're short at what level and where's your stop? Stop loss is 20. There we go. Look at Raul. There we go. Raul is actually, he is bearish, and he truly believes this is a bearish setup. What is his proof that he believes that this is a bearish setup? He is short, he's called it out, and he's also given a stop loss. So there we go. So shout out to Raul. That's what we're looking for. And even if Raul is wrong, that's okay. He's given out all his numbers ahead of time. That's awesome. But what nobody's impressed by is the person that shows up right now and is like, yeah, I got short right here. I mean, okay, maybe you did, but like, this is the internet where people just say stuff. But if you call stuff out ahead of time, chef's kiss. That's what it's all about. Yeah, Flash Gordon has definitely been here before. He needs to go on timeout. He's getting very obnoxious. We'll put him in the 30-minute timeout. Well, this former area of support, we got some basic technical analysis going on right here. Usually former areas of support tend to act as resistance, and look at that. I mean, you could throw that right into a textbook. Former support, now resistance. Okay, clowns. You guys are all clowns. Who is your leader? We were going for 100, and then you guys just stop at 99. Come on. Come on. Let's not play that game. It's liquidity pool. Not, oh my goodness. All right. I got to put this guy on a timeout. Good grief. Let's use cool terms. Liquidity pool. Just be quiet. Oh my goodness. My patience is running very thin with two types of traders right now. The hindsight, armchair quarterback, broad statement traders, and then traders like Ethereal that like to just use terms that don't mean anything. That's not a support, it's a liquidity pool. No, I mean, this is literally what's going on. This was a support, and now you can see the price is struggling to get above that, which, you know, most people just call it support and resistance. But if you're one of the clowns that comes from one of these cults, then, yeah, who renames everything to sound cool. That's not a resistance, it's a liquidity pool. Oh, okay, okay. So yes, my patience is wearing thin, admittedly, with those two categories of live or of participants in a live stream. And instead of just using universal terms, they're like, well, I need to have at least 48 syllables in my phrasing so I can sound extra smart. I'm not trading currently, but if I open an RSI, I suspect there will be a bull divergence. All right, Blind Wanderer, we'll see. Hey, hello, Stock Dad. I might try a short here. If it comes down here, try to put a stop up around there, but I don't know how much I really... No, now it's popped up too much. Never mind. My risk profile has gotten too big. Hey, good morning, Dominique. Oh. Good morning, Clay. Hope you had a great weekend. I did. Yeah, it was a good weekend. What did I do? Oh yeah. Saturday, took the kids over to our property, checked out the progress on the pole barn, let them just run around in the weeds, run around in the woods. Got some scraped on their knees, and then I was just very happy that in rural Iowa, I was able to stream the rest of the Ohio State game. It's pretty cool to be out in the middle, like pretty much the country, pure privacy, yet the internet was still strong enough to be able to stream a football game. So that was encouraging. And then, yes, I did go hike with the kids. So it's not like, geez, Clay, you went outside to then sit outside and watch a football game. Fair point, but it was only the fourth quarter. And then after that, we did some hiking and exploring. Don't hesitate, Clay. What? Who did they play? Washington. I'm one of the first traders I found on YouTube. Oh, man, you must be old. Well, I guess not necessarily. Maybe you still found me like last week, but usually when people mean that, they mean like, oh, man, back in 2014, I was watching your videos. It's like, yeah, that would make sense. Been around a while. But yes, that is what I did this weekend. What up, all you guys? What did you guys do this weekend? See, Wall Street Ninja, that is way better. That is way better than you just chirping out some sort of broad statement. You've given us a trade plan ahead of time. That's beautiful. That's the difference between what that other person was doing and what you're doing, Wall Street Ninja. Huge difference. So that clearly you are bullish. But we now know how you define being bullish. You've given us your trade plan and you're actually, now we see how you see bullish and we see how you're going to try to make money from what you think is bullish. That's great. Even if you're wrong, that's okay. That happens. Nobody's right all the time. Hey, what's the best play to build? What's the best way to build? Well, I mean, HK, are you serious or not? Because, I mean, I don't think you'll take this disrespectfully, but you're one of the people in my mind. I'm now, oh, there's one of our degenerate gamblers. And I think you'll admit that. I think you already have admitted it. So, are you actually serious, HK, or are you just... Because we had, who's the other degenerate? What is his name? Joe Witt, I think. Joe Witt. He was a degenerate. Then he showed up claiming he wanted to be serious. And then, last Friday or something, he showed up. He's like, no, that was too hard. I want to go back to gambling. So, yeah, I don't know, HK. It's hard to know if you're actually serious or not. All right, we're right at potential long here. Looking here on the 5 minute, you can see we're putzing right here at the pink line, which is that 200 period moving average. Hey, good morning, Silk. Oh, may look to enter back off that wick. Good discipline. Good discipline, Wall Street Ninja. Not all trade plans are going to work out, so good job, buddy. Way to be disciplined. Way to honor their stop. Like you said, you can't always get back in. Sometimes people, I think, forget about that. They're so scared to get out of a trade. It's like you realize just because you get out, it doesn't mean you can't hop back in at another point. So, well done there. I don't know. I'm thinking, do I want to get aggressive, get long, buy some more, and then a stop below there? Maybe. But if I'm wrong, that's one of those where this green could be red. I don't know if I want to risk sending my green day red. Hey, disciplined trader. Or do I try to play 46 up to... Yeah, I'll try that. There we go. Take a little scalp on that one. Now I might... Whoa! Oh! What is... Well, okay. Obviously, wish I was still short. Very glad I did not do that. Woo! That would have been bad. Glad I decided against what I was thinking. Buy. Because I would have been knocked out and then have it snap back. I would totally be on tilt right now. 0% chance I would not be on tilt right now. Think about that. Think about what I just described. All right, maybe I'll try to go long here, go long here. clear cut stop below there. If I'm wrong, I'm going red. And then that move happened where it came down, snap. So slippage would have got me too. Would have sent me red, and then to snap back up. I'm not going to lie to myself. I would totally be on tilt right now. That would make me furious. No need to lie to myself. Oh, no, Clay, you would have been cool as a cute. No, that would have been infuriating. Do you mind if I ask some questions? I mean, you can, Johnny T, but I might just refer you to their site. But yeah, depending on what they are. Oh, yeah. Especially if this thing... I mean, I would have already bet on tilt. It's really just a question of how bad would the tilt have become. And if this thing goes green, that tilt would have been just really not good. Testing lows. Are you trading anything, KCCP? Powell is currently on tilt. What do you mean, Powell? I thought you had a very clean-cut strategy. If I remember right, you would just average down with no stop loss or something like that. Oh, no, you did have a stop, but it was a huge stop. No, they do not. No consistency rule in the pro account. But even the consistency rule during the test phase is not like the normal consistency rule. It just means you cannot make 50% more than 50% of your target in a single day. And they just do that because they don't want people to YOLO get lucky. Because does that really prove anything? I mean, I don't think so. I'm not going to go over my day again disciplined. I went over my day and the frustrations I had. So if you go back to the 11 a.m. mark, so I don't know, right around probably the 15-minute mark of the stream, I explain all that. But I don't feel like talking about how my morning went again. But I have already done it. So next time, disciplined trader, all I can really say is be on time next time, brother. Because I talked about it at like 11:01. I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. But yes, if you go back and find probably about the 15-minute mark, that's where I'll talk about it. All right, maybe along here. Let's see. I mean, the trend is certainly down. But yeah, I'm not looking to get short in this lower shadow territory. Because these lower shadows represent buyers and then buyers. So not looking to get short down in here. Oh, you're a good disciplined trader. I'm just giving you a hard time. I recognize your name. 36. Yeah, I could do that. Buy there. See if it does want to snap back up. Let's just run a test on it. Let's paper trade it. Okay, I would have been in. Oh, darn it. That would have been the scalpy scalp right there. Oh, well. Oh, well. Well, that's good for my confidence, though. That means I did read that well. I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. So that is... But that happens. I am newbie. I trade MNQ, but today I'm a little distracted to enter. Gotcha. So earlier when you said KCSP, don't hesitate. What was that in regards to? All right, 5 minute now, working on another one of these hammer candles as they're called with the long lower shadow. And you can see right here the timer. So this candle is going to be done moving any second now as that ticks down. There we go, is the new 5 minute candle. And then you can see right there, it resets the timer. So that's how I know, if you're wondering, how does this guy know exactly when the candle is? Just because you can throw that timer in play. Because you could gain a little scalpy scalp, but you had... Well, I mean, would you have been saying that if I had taken the trade and then had been a loser? Or would you have said, good discipline, KCCP? Again, let's say I would have taken that trade that I hesitated on, and then that trade would have turned out to be a loser. Would you have said, hey, Clay, next time, be more patient? I suspect you would have said, hey, Clay, be more patient next time. You would not have said, hey, Clay, good job not hesitating. What I'm trying to get at is be very aware of hindsight confirmation bias, KCCP. Given you are a newbie, that's a very real thing. Again, had that been a losing trade, I don't think you would have been telling me, hey, Clay, don't hesitate. You would have been saying, hey, man, way to avoid that trade. Good discipline. Way to be patient. Well, that candle's pretty interesting. If this candle comes up, not necessarily to the highs, but up around here, and then comes back down, I'll be interested in a short. Well, this is now the third bounce in a row off of this 830 mark. So clearly some buyers are sitting down around there. How long do they remain down there? Remains to be seen, but that does seem to be the current status. Anybody long here right now? I was trying to learn the Tradeovate platform and open a mini trade, trying to learn how to add stop, and target price moved it up and down and got wrecked, but it was a learning curve. Well, I mean, Tyson. If you're going to practice that stuff, my friend, practice on MNQ, not the NQ. Like, you're literally trying to learn a platform. Like, that is going to be, you're probably going to press wrong buttons. Like, that seems to be an obvious thing. Like, oh, learning a new platform, you're probably going to misclick. You're probably going to do some things because you're trying to figure out the platform. Practice on an MNQ, buddy. Come on, man. Or paper, yeah, that's fine too. You know what? I'll leave this trend line out here. I mean, it's completely irrelevant right now, but who knows? Maybe by sometime later on in the live stream, it will come back into play. So we'll leave that one out there just out of more so curiosity. I have a line in the sand at 839. And some at 805. Okay, roger that. Hemmanth, hello? 5 minutes got me thinking maybe, just maybe, this thing wants to bounce. We'll see how this candle finishes, but if we can get another lower shadow here. Okay, KCCP, I think you're missing my point. Let's just say that exact situation. Let's say, because you said you would have won. Well, let's just say I would not have won. Let's say that would have been a losing trade. Would you have told me the same thing? That's my point. I understand why you're telling me that, because yes, I would have won. So what I'm asking you though is, let's just pretend I would have lost. Would you have still given me that same feedback? Or would your feedback have changed to something like, hey, good job being patient. Hey, good job with the discipline. You avoided a losing trade. Yeah, no, you're good, Tyson. I'm just saying, yes. If you're going to be practicing with the proper, any sort of practice at all, I mean, stick with the micros, either MES or MNQ. Long 843. Stop under 828. I'm guessing down there. Yep. And then target 890. Okay, he's looking for a bigger move here. All right, Wall Street Ninja. Nothing but respect. Giving your trade plan ahead of time. That's what it's all about. Love to see it. Now, if you still believe in the downtrend, then, I mean, I'm going to be looking to potentially get a short up around this yellow line. Because I'm trying to go with the trend. The trend seems to be down. So I'm just going to look for, bounce up, rolled over. Bounce up, rolled over. Bounce up, rolled over. Bounce up, roll over. Is that guaranteed to happen? Of course not. But it's happened many times before, so I don't think I'm crazy to think that it might bounce up and then roll over again. Raul still short. Good job, Raul. Great call. I don't remember what your price target was. What was your price target, Raul? But either way, good job. And Raul, He called things out ahead of time, so we can all sit here and say genuinely, hey, great job, Raul. 825. Okay, so it still has not quite hit his target. Hey, Mike, I made over $2,000 today in a demo account. Now why can't I do that in a real account or a prop? Well, we've talked about that many times before, Guitar Guy. Many, many times. Many, many, many times. So much so, Guitar Guy, I'm surprised you're even asking that question, because you've been there a lot, and I talk about that a lot. So for you to not know, unless that was rhetorical, you do know, you're just kind of throwing it out there as a joke. Maybe that's what you meant by that. All right, I'm looking for a potential long down around here. There you go. Rick and Riggs, gotta gamble in life. No, you really don't, HK. That's why I hesitate on your seriousness. I fully disagree. No, I think you can. Well, it depends how you define gamble. Like crossing the busy street is a gamble, but there are certainly things you can do to manage the risk that to improve your odds of crossing a busy street successful. But I'm taking a gamble as like, gotta gamble sometimes, where like you literally just roll the dice and you have zero edge at all. I have missed out a lot by swing investing in my local stock market instead of the U.S. market. Yeah, Martin, U.S. stock market's where it's at. Or not even just necessarily stock market, but just the U.S. markets. Don't you like guys who are... Yeah, those are my favorite ones. I love the people that show up in hindsight and tell me how I should have done things and all that. Those are by far, especially after it's a losing trade. Because I don't know about you, but for me personally, when I take a losing trade, I mean, it's not like it wrecks my day, but sure, I don't like to lose. I don't like to be wrong. But then when people show up and you should have done this, it's just like, okay. That is definitely one of the hardest things of being a live streamer and showing trades, is when you are wrong. Boy, oh boy, do the hindsight armchair quarterback traders flow like the salmon of Capistrano. But technically, you miss all the shots you don't take. Yeah, I agree, HK. It's a question of what is the shot. Is the shot a degenerate gamble, or is the shot a well-thought-out trade? There's a huge difference. You are conflating two very different things, HK. Yeah, it was just a joke because when okay, yeah. That makes sense then, Guitar Guy. Yes, I know what you mean, though. It's amazing how people can crush it in the demo, but again, demo trading, you are not dealing with voices, and that's the true trick of trading. Can you deal with the voices? Not can you read a chart. Now, yes, you have to be able to read a chart, but that's not the skill you actually need to find success as a trader. It's can you deal with the voices. Not going to chuck up every half-court shot just because you're open. Right. New here, but love the content so far. Subscribe and we'll be turning more. Well, that's great. It's TJ Carter. Thank you for swinging by, and I'm glad you're enjoying. I know I know this isn't for everybody. If you love to just show up, talk trash, armchair quarterback trade, make broad statements, yeah, you're probably not going to find this too enjoyable, but that's okay. You can't please everybody. I'm not trying to get the bottom again. I'll wait for a bull flag before trying a long, I think. Yeah, Wall Street Ninja, I've been there, man. I've been there. You keep trying to catch the knife, but I will give you credit. At least you are cutting the loss. At least you're not just sitting there holding and hoping. But yeah, I think you're right. Maybe just sit back for a while. Lower trend line now. Yeah, I'm more so interested in this dotted brown line here on the 5-minute. That's the next pivot point. So curious if it can make its way down there. I think, did Raul's target just get hit? Nice. His target just got hit at 825. Good job, Raul. Again, and that's what's great. Raul called everything out ahead of time. That is good stuff there. No hindsight trading. Not Raul showing up and be like, hey, man, I got short right here. Okay, cool story. No, he called everything out ahead of time. Good job, Raul. I think sometimes people are scared to call things out ahead of time because you're like, well, what if I'm wrong? Who cares? Like, at least you had the courage to call something out ahead of time. That is so much better than armchair quarterback trading, making broad statements, using big words, but not actually saying anything. Like, it's so much better. It's totally fine. If you have a trade plan and then we see you got stopped out, oh well. Welcome to the club of not being right 100% of the time. I am wrong a lot of time. Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong with like, there are two types of traders. Those traders that are wrong from time to time, and then liars. Those are the two categories of traders. There are no other categories. I might try a short here. Just there's a miniature bear flag. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Very, very miniature bear flag, I should note. Okay, I'm in. Put my first target right there. And then just in case there's more of a snap down, put my next one right there. Maybe I should just scalpy scalp. The scalpy scalps have been working, but it's when I do stuff like this in the market where I've taken my losses. But I'm going to try to have some faith in the trend. Again, could have had a scalpy scalp there. First target is that green line right there. How do you decide where to enter and exit during a scalpy scalp? Yeah, that's well beyond. That's way outside of the scope of all this. There are a lot of moving parts that go into that. Come on. There we go. All right, I'm going to move my stop right here. Probably getting too tight, but I'm looking to play the momentum now and out. So, oh well. So that was a small losing trade. I found out that NQ, MNQ is hard to trade. I might have to trade. Yeah, give VS a try. Well, in hindsight, I played that one about as well as I could. I got my first profit target hit, so that was good. Brought my stop down a little bit still in the red. So like I said, I don't know what I was at, but that was a losing trade, small losing trade. But see, that's discouraging. I'm trying to let things work, but a scalpy scalp was definitely the better play there. Again, I don't know why I'm shocked by that, but and maybe I'm stupid to once again be trying to trust the trend, but I will look to get short again because this is still in a downtrend. We had a lot of fun with your market words coming last week. Should have gone long. I'm waiting for somebody to show up and actually be serious with that. We'll see how it wants to behave if the 5-minute can get up to that pink line again. So the pink line isn't necessarily a resistance where the price just smacks it right back down. The price does have, has pushed up above it a couple of times. So it's more so the pink line produces these fake breaks where the price gets up slightly above it and then comes back down. So that's what I'll look for. Is I'm not going to look to get short right at the pink line because the pink line does allow the price to get up above it. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. I'm going to try to get short at the red line. Looking for a rejection off of the 21 EMA. Okay, there is the break up. I'm going to try a little bit higher here. Once again, looking for the rejection. Nope, that keeps pushing up. All right, never mind on that one. All right. On the 5-minute, we are up above the pink. But this one right now, I'm not sure if this is actually another one of fake breaks. Hindsight will be our judge, but right now that's looking like it might actually be a true break. But let's continue to watch. Good morning, good evening. How is everybody doing? Hey J2, if I remember, you're in Australia, right? Or do I have you mixed up with somebody else? Looks like my original PJ rate would have hit. Having a little hindsight annoyance there, Shuby. Again, I'm still bearish because I'm just trying to play the trend. People tell me on here all the time, "Hey Clay, the trend is your friend." Okay, well I'm trying to use the trend as my friend. Hey Angelo. Risky trade here, but if it comes back down here, then we'll see if we can get this thing to. No. I just noticed the 5-minute candle still has 3 minutes to go before it finishes moving around. So I'll try to be patient. Hey, friendly reminder, hit that like button if you have not yet. Would love to see us push up to 150. That'd keep us on a good pace. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. If you're new and you just showed up a couple minutes ago, no need to hit that like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy any of this. But yeah, if you are enjoying, then let me know. S-Dub, why are you not... Okay, S-Dub, are you trading futures yet or no? I've asked you like several times now, but you like... I don't know if you say stuff and then you have to go to the bathroom or what. Hi, nice, you started live streams. Yeah, I've been live streaming for about 8 months now. Yep. Been on YouTube for a long time. All right, S-Dub. So, S-Dub, it's like a double whammy with you. Not only are you trading gold, you're trading gold with options. As somebody that truly does want to see people work as efficiently as possible, people like S-Dub, they just... Do your thing, S-Dub. Do your thing. I'm trading gold futures. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Why people do options trading. Day trading options is mathematically the dumbest thing you can do. Mathematically provable. You are so making your life harder than it needs to be. And yet some people see the math. It stares them right in the face. And they're like, nope, I'm going to keep doing it. It's unbelievable in my mind. Unbelievable. The key for me is I got to just stop caring. Like if people want to do that, like who cares? Like that is what I have to work on, not caring. Because if I didn't care, then I would read this stuff and be like, whatever, who cares? And then just move on. So maybe I will make that my goal moving forward, to just not quite care. If people want to just hear me out and then just do what they want, just okay, whatever. I know, many of you are probably like, dude, that's what I've been trying to tell you for the past 4 months. And you're right. That's probably what I need to do. But like, I genuinely do care. Like, I really do actually want to see people work efficiently. All right, let's see here. Okay, going to get it short there if it wants to come back down. Okay, I am short. Blue line is my entry. Come on down. Take the little scalpy scalp there. Do you dislike selling options? No, I don't have anything against selling options other than it's one of the riskiest things you can do in all the market. Just for those that don't have any experience with options, this next part's going to sound like I'm getting creepy or joking. I'm not. It's literally terminology. Like, Scott, if you sell options naked, that is one of the riskiest things in all the market you can do. Now, obviously, there's ways you don't have to do it. You can do iron condors, butterflies, blah, blah, blah. Pink-faced dolphins. You can do all that sort of stuff. But selling options is very complicated. And not to mention, it usually requires more capital. And to top it all off, selling options is one of those things where, yeah, you can produce like a 95% win rate. But then it's like the 5% where you're wrong. Then I'm not going to say wipes away all of your gains, but can take a huge chunk out of it. But yeah, most people that are trading options are day trading options. They're buying. They're not selling options. So Scott, if that's what you do, you are the exception, not the rule. Again, that's David. We've got you. Everybody, please listen to the claim. The claim is day trading options is really, really dumb. What you just asked, David, is in the category of investing or swing trading. I have nothing against options in the categories of swing trading or investing. Day trading wise, though, day trading options is garbage. Mathematically provable. All right, well, so the scalpy scalp there was clearly not the right choice, but it is what it is. Hey, Joe Witt, we were talking about you earlier. In fact, Joe Witt, are you also HK? Do you have a couple names? Oh, my goodness. Well, congratulations to anybody that actually took that short and then decided not to scalpy scalp. Congrats. Is anybody short this right now? Give me a 2 if you are short this right now. Hit that 2 if you are currently short. Congratulations. Goodness. I don't know if anybody is, but wow. Yeah, and sometimes it's like, well, would I really have captured all that move? This one, yeah, I think I would have, because this thing is like, there's been no bounces. It's just basically gone straight down. 2, but it was a quick scalp. I grabbed that low. And where's your stop at, KCCP? Okay, your entry point is somewhere right around here. Where's your stop? I took the short. Good job, Neil. Did anybody hold the short is what I really meant. I also took that short. The problem is I chose to scalpy scalp. Hi, Clay. Your teaching video for beginners helped me a lot. Good. Glad to hear that it helped. Thanks for being willing to watch it. Okay, I am bearish minded. So if the more this thing bounces, I'll look to potentially get short, have a pretty well-defined stop to put my line in the sand. One of these where if I'm wrong and if this thing is going to just V-shape straight back up, it will be a painful trade. It will be. There's no need to deny it. Like, is this thing really going to drop down and go straight back up? Yeah, sure, anything's possible, but does that seem like the likely thing? I don't think so. I feel like the scalpy scalps is the way to go since watching stream of scalps. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends. I do a mix of both. But yes, because trade plans are fluid, if your original trade plan is now looking a bit iffy, yeah, there's many ways you can go about it. I think sometimes people, they see a trade plan and they're just like, that's what it's got to be, and then I cannot change. It's like, no, markets change, So for example, let's just say you had and I'm not saying anything with this chart, but just on some sort of chart, let's just say your goal was 100, like that's your target. And then let's just say the price comes up and it's just doing this. It's like, okay, I get it. I understand my target was 100, but like at this point, trade plans are fluid. I think I better, and let's just say this is like, it keeps hitting at like 99.50. It's like, you know what? Let's just take some profits at 99.50 instead. So did you violate your trade plan? Yeah, in some senses, but in other senses, it's like, you got to be a little bit more flexible than that. So trade plans are fluid, and sometimes maybe you weren't necessarily planning on a scalpy scalp, but then because trade plans can be fluid, to be fair, maybe some out there would preach, no. If you said 100, Clay, if you said 100 right here, you better wait for 100. Even if it just keeps coming up here, you need to wait for 100. Okay. I mean, everybody's got to do their own thing, but in my opinion, I would not berate you to be like, hey, you broke your trade plan. I'd be like, no, I can totally see why you had to make a little bit of an adjustment in your trade plan and, change your profit target to 99.50 in that situation. I'll never short. It has nothing to do with shorting gold, S-Dub. Trade the NQs or ESs you're new to futures. So do MNQ right now. Get your bearings a little bit. Hi, Clay. What do you think about some YouTuber doing stock trading challenges like 2K to 25K in a week? I think that is a massive waste of time because those sorts of things are requiring way more risk because that person has $2,000 at risk. There's no need to risk $2,000 of your own capital. And they're trading stocks that are super sketchy. So, and plus they need way bigger movements. Whereas if you just took that $2,000 and bought you could buy for $2,000. Let's just do the quick math real quick. You could come over here to Take Profit Trader and that same $2,000 could be used to buy. So let's just say $2,000 or, whatever. We'll just $2,000 divided by 90 because that's the price right there. That's the price of 125K account. So divided by 90, you could buy yourself 22 accounts. And with the way prop firms work, I'd rather have 22 accounts compared to, especially those sorts of stocks that person is going to be trading, those small caps, those low floats. Sure, they can explode, but they can also get you stuck in halts, and you could lose a huge chunk of that $2,000 in a single trade. And anybody that's ever traded those knows exactly what I mean. Yet, if that happens, then your account is almost gone. Whereas in the prop firm space, that means you've blown up an account. Oh well, you can go get another one. Again, for that $2,000, you could get 22 accounts. 22. So you could have, in other words, let's just say you did like terrible trades. With your own money, a terrible trade, $2,000 means, well, your journey's done. One trade, your $2,000 done. The other one, a $2,000 loss means, okay, you blew the account, but now you get another account. So you got 21 chances left. So I'd rather have 22 chances, 22 learning opportunities compared to one. So yes, that sort of stuff is, again, it makes no mathematical sense. Why give yourself one chance when you could give yourself 22 chances? Not to mention futures move way better than small caps and low floats anyways. Way better. I'm interested in learning to trade gold. Well, this is not the place for that. The obsession, I don't understand the obsession and the cult-like nature of gold. I just do not get it. Well, I know what it is. It's like the bro. It's the bro online, it's tribalism, right? That's one thing about being old and cranky like I am. I'm basically 42 now, but it's like, I don't care. Like, yo, bro, there's no loyalty in the market. We got to stick together. Wait, you're not trading gold anymore? Trader. It's like, no, I'm going to go trade what makes the most sense for me. Maybe, just maybe, what makes that a little easier is once you get like kids and stuff and have a family. I'm just talking out loud. But I could care less about the bro community, about you trade prop firms, loser. I trade my own funds. It's like, good. Thank you for your bragging that you don't understand math. Well done. But I'm not going to risk my capital. But I don't care. I literally don't care. I think kids make a big difference because then your loyalty goes to your family as opposed to some bro that eats chicken breasts and broccoli and chugs creatine protein shakes all the time. I think that's kind of what mixes it up. I think because there is good. No, I don't know why. There's better volume in the NQ and the ES. Anyways, that's my hypothetical, or that's my kind of guess on why once you reach a certain age, you just literally don't care about what well, my bro's online. It's I don't care. Yeah, creatine is like the most tested substance, but anyways, I don't even know how oh yeah, because people keep wanting to talk about gold. That's actually a very interesting lower trend line at this point. I'm going to keep that in play. For some reason, people like trading crude oil futures, but it doesn't. No. Now, again, to be fair, gold and crude oil, that's not as bad as if somebody shows up and they're like, yeah, I'm trading orange juice, or I'm trading lumber, or I'm trading. It's like, okay, those are really illiquid markets. But at the end of the day, I am lazy. I want to work as smart as I can. I do not want to work harder, or I want to work smarter, not harder. So to me, give me the most liquid markets. I already trade NQ and ES. Well, I mean, stick with what works. Like that's one of the great things about futures is to avoid this. Like the great thing about futures is you don't have to spend time looking around. You don't have to spend time hopping, from this to this to this. You just know what you're going to trade and you just trade that same thing all the time. Because that's the nice thing about futures. The same thing every day gives you multiple opportunities. Big tick energy. I can tell you are indeed, like myself, a dad of 6 kids. With dad jokes like that, oh my goodness. Whew. That's brutal, buddy. That is brutal. Well played. Dad joked. Kyle. I don't know if Kyle's still here, but he's going to love that. Live cattle is the GOAT. Yeah. Martin's over here trading live cattle. Exactly. That's brutal. I don't know. I might have to just sign off after that one. That one just shattered my brain. Oh my goodness. So right now for me, this is kind of a no man's territory. I could be interested in another short up around this yellow line. I'd be interested in a long down here around this lower trend line, but as of now right here, I think that's why we're sitting here and I'm ranting and raving about creatine and the bro community and gold and who knows what else. Just trying to pass the time. Hey, let's get 5 more likes. Let's get this up to 150. That'd be a good pace. So if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, we're going for 260 likes. But one hurdle at a time, and usually one of the big hurdles, the milestones that we got to hit is at 150. What is the largest land mammal you think you could take on weaponless? A mouse. Next question. All right, let's come on, market. Let's not. I think I can speak for everybody, given I'm assuming the most of us are day traders here. I think most of us are not really wanting this to form some sort of sideways channel like this with that kind of range. So let's not let that happen, please. What is my biggest pet peeve? Like in life or live streaming? I suppose it could be. One of my biggest is if like a kid walks up, because they're all at the height now where like I'm sitting and their heads are basically pretty close to my head. And if they're eating something and I just hear them like go eat somewhere else, Yeah, the chewing the food thing. So that's like a petty pet peeve. My biggest pet peeve just in general would be people play. Let me take a step back. If you are in like a first world country, I don't want to hear anything about it, like any victim card at all. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Now, if you're born in North Korea or Somalia, I still do not have any solutions. Like, I don't know what to do for those people. Like, it's very hard to be like, hey man, just grind, hustle. You can figure it out. You can do something. Like I would never say that's somebody in Somalia or North Korea or something like that. But like if you're in like a first world country, that would be my biggest pet peeve is people that walk around with a pocket full of victim cards. That would be my biggest one. But I'm going to leave that there or else I'm going to get myself in trouble. But like as far as petty pet peeves, yeah, something like this, especially cereal, that can be worse. But it's really bad with trading, which you kind of sort of have to have laser focus, and then like somebody's just chomp, chomp, chomp. I do really understand how you feel. Someone chews next to you. Yeah, all right, Angela. At least there's 2 of us. Florida orange growing is in serious danger. Uh-oh. I haven't heard it like that before. Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right. I'm not going to go. I just, as my economic teacher said, and I don't know, this will probably offend many non-Americans here, but I had an economics Actually, it was a great class. It was at Ohio State because I got a minor in economics, but the economics of war. In fact, is he still Paul Posey? Economics of war. Let's see if he's still. What was his name? Paul Posey, I thought. There it is, right there. That's it. That's the book. I remember it. I had that book. Paul Post. So right here, this class here, Paul Post. So he was my economics professor at. Oh, he wrote some more books, huh? Organizing Democracy: How International Organizations Assist New Democracies. But anyways, so Paul Post in his class right here, which was that was such a good class back in the day at Ohio State. Anyways, he had these like 10 principles of economics. I don't remember them all, but number 1 was this: if you were born in the United States of America, you've already won the lottery. And that always stuck with me. So yeah, with all due respect, if you're in the United States, but don't get me wrong, there's other, like if you're in a first world country, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You've already won the lottery. You have been born into a place where if you grind, hustle, don't play the victim card, you can make things happen. He had another one about nuclear weapons. What were they? Although one of them was, although extremely effective, they are highly immoral. Something like that. Like, yeah, nuclear weapons, boy, they are something that they serve a purpose, but man, they are so immoral. Something like that. How did I end up talking about Paul Post, my economics of war professor from almost 20 years ago? Oh, somebody asked me about the pet peeve. That's it. Okay. Most of Europe is going from first world to third world right now. Oh, man. I can't say I keep a whole lot of track of what's going on in Europe, but that's a bummer. I actually won the lottery to be here via the lottery. Well, yeah, that's great, and I'm assuming, Disciplined Trader, you were very grateful for all the opportunities. Yeah, again, I cannot say that I follow a whole lot of what's going on in Europe. Maybe I should. I just don't, so I don't have a whole lot of reference on why you would say Europe is headed to a third world country. I wasn't born in the USA and certainly agree 100% with you. There you go, Elizabeth. Yeah, that's something, and I've interviewed on my podcast several over the years now of people that have moved to the United States and gotten citizenship, blah blah blah, and they are very, very grateful. So yeah. Anyways, still thinking through. I don't know what's the solution to like Somalia. I don't know. Does the United States or like another first world, do we just like invade and take over and then we're like, all right, now we're gonna open up opportunity to everybody? I don't think that's probably not a good political position. Hey, elect me so we can invade Somalia, take them over, and then build democracy there and build capitalism there so that people, probably not going to be a winning platform. So I don't know. I'm still thinking through the solution to Somalia, because I would argue those people do have a good reason to play the victim card. Yeah, I'm all for it. Does anybody, how do we take care of Somalia? What is the solution so that Somalians can't play the victim card? Because right now, I argue they can play the victim card because, yeah, that's a pretty bad spot to be in. All right, well, we are just kind of chomping around here. That has been the key area. Now, it's interesting because the purple line here, the 50-period simple moving average, has sloped down enough, and it's in the ball game now, is potentially assisting as an area of resistance up here. In fact, I should probably move the yellow line now that we have a little bit more history. It seems to be right. Yeah, right there is more so that key level. I have traveled in Africa extensively, and when you see people walk 2 miles for brown water, yeah, no, exactly. Not to mention where they're getting the brown water has got like crocodiles and stuff like that, and poisonous snakes everywhere. Even ice. Like, that's what I always try to tell my kids. Like, hey, You see that ice that you can walk over and get from the fridge? Like, I think myself included, it's like, man, like even little things like that is just kind of mind blowing when you stop and think about it. The concept of ice. Help governments to form solid constitutions. Very difficult. Yeah, no, exactly. Agreed. Like, that's the ideal thing. But, like, I don't know how you get that done without just brute force. Again, I'm not saying we go and invade Somalia. But, like, I do feel bad for those people. I feel bad for the people in North Korea. I feel bad for the people, you know, in Cuba and stuff like that. There is absolutely no evidence in the world to support. Well, MVP, I mean, it really depends on how do you define that. I will say this, MVP. Okay, are you just like MVP, or are you just like, again, you're using statistics, like, and statistics, what's it saying about statistics? Statistics can be made to look like anything. So let's just look at like practical real world things, MVP. Are a lot of people trying to sneak into this country? Yes, a lot of people are trying to sneak into the United States. If things are really that bad, I'm not sure why people are trying to come from their countries to our country. Another thing, when people get in trouble, like whose military are they gonna like? Whose military do they kind of want to call? Usually the United States. So. All I'm saying is statistics can be made to say anything in both directions, by the way. Like if we have any statisticians here, please back me up, right? Like you can take a set of numbers and if you have a narrative that you want to push, you can start to, you know, you can do a lot with statistics. But I just like to look at the practical real world scenarios. Can you not tell we're in a choppy range right now? We're right now debating like statistics and all that sort of stuff. What number are we and how many nuclear weapons a country has? I'm not sure I'm not sure how that's really, I don't know. Well, this might be a bad idea on my part. Is that like a short right there? A short down to these lows? I mean, if it does break down through here, again, I'm not saying it drops down. I'm just saying that the chart kind of opens up. There's kind of a no man's land here. Again, I'm not saying that is, you know, a break there sends it plummeting, but there really isn't a whole lot of other stuff. Oh, that's right. What time is Trump speaking? Do we know like the official supposed start time of Trump? 1:15. Can we confirm? Can we have Love Basketball and Niraj are saying 1:15. Can we get one more person to confirm it is 1:15? Okay, cool. All right, let's do this again. We've done this before. It's fun. I'm not sure we've ever done, but I'll let you base on your premise. But my premise is Trump is never on time. So we're all now going to throw out, and let's see if any of us can nail it. What time will Trump actually speak? I'm going to go with 1:22 p.m. Eastern. Talking Eastern. 1:22. That is my guess. 1:22 Eastern. What time will he actually start to talk? Now, maybe you think he'll be early. If that's your guess, then fine. But mine is 1:22. Okay, S-Dub think he'll be on time. Woo. Anthony, tomorrow. I think it wasn't that your guess last time tomorrow? 1:30. 2:17. Wow. You're thinking he's going to be real late. Okay. What time will he speak? $108, $118. What is I'm not sure what the speech is about. We'll see though. Yeah, I guess I don't even know what is it a joint press conference? All right, I'm watching this trend line here, thinking maybe a short. Again, maybe I suckered myself in with a trend line that doesn't really have significance, but man. Especially with the purple line potentially pressing down. We'll see, but I'm watching this level now for a potential short if it wants to get down through there. Anyone see a bear flag on the 5-minute? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know if I would call it stock dead like the cleanest of bear flags, but I think I can get a general sense of what you're seeing. All right, we're heading back up here. He's currently meeting Israel. Gotcha. More concerned about him attending this rush general of. Oh yeah, I forgot about that news. Which really just shows how like crazy the news cycle is. And like normal times, that would have been like massive news. Like all the generals are being, had flying to Virginia, but like that's barely been mentioned. All right, maybe a short here, back down. I'm gonna get short at that red line, see if it wants to get rejected off the purple line here. Nope, pushing up too much, never mind. Risk profile too big. Okay. Now we're approaching this yellow line here. I want Torchy's tacos. Torchy's tacos. Should I have heard of those before? Is that like a movie reference, or is that like a chain that's not here where I'm at? Probably good for OPSEC to keep the generals meeting on the low. Now it's coming back down. I guess I could try that with a smaller position size. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, I'm short. Reduce position size. Put my first target down there. No, bro, don't short us. Nah. Hey, man, I've been wrong many times, so you're all right. Nice looking candle here. We'll see if it actually wants to give me some move down. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. There we go. Thank you. Let's make sure this is a winning trade. Put my stop there. Very good. Now, let's see if we can get a breakdown through here. Put my next target right there. Again, my stop is in green territory in case we bounce off the line. I'd love to see a breakdown. Next target is right there. But either way, I'm in a good spot. This will be a green trade no matter what, because my stop loss is in winning territory. But let's see. Come on. Get down through that line. Flush for me. If it flushes, I'm going to move my stop loss down some more. There we go. Let's get it right there. Very good. Move it right there now. Like I said, that is my next target, but I'm just moving my stop loss down as it goes. Come on, brother. Little bit more. Little bit more. No, don't bounce. Come on. Again, next target is right here. Come on. Come on. Come on, data boy. You're beautiful to me. Okay, I'll put my stop right here. I'm just going to move it down as it goes. Now I'll just let my stop. Now I'll just let the trade work for me. So I'll move it down as it goes in my favor. Move it down a little bit more. Why did I only do 3? Why? I know why. Because my risk profile got too big. Again, I did the right thing. It had to be 3 based off the risk profile and all that sort of stuff. So I had to adjust position size so that I could still take the trade, so that the trade still made sense from a risk perspective. But yes, in hindsight, it is very easy to sit here and be like, I should have just been undisciplined and taken 5. Come on, keep coming down. Aren't the live streams distracting while doing active trading? They can be at times. But that's okay. because it's still fun. It's fun. I mean, we have people in here from Europe, from Australia. Usually there's at least a few people from India. How crazy is that? Like, how cool is live streaming that I can sit here, let me move it down some more, and talk with people around the world. So worst case scenario now, I'm making 18 points on this final contract. But I am in, this is what we call the sweet spot of trading. I have no idea how much I'm going to make because I don't know how far down this wants to go. Therefore, I don't know how much I'm going to make. That's a great feeling to have. No, come back down. Nope, stopped out. All right, there we go. Did anybody take that? Do you have a graph of their month? No, E-Spartan. E-Spartan. I'm a terrible trader, okay? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay? Will that get you? Let me see your results. Let me see your... I'm not here to prove anything. I'm a terrible trader. The point of the live stream is to talk about Pam's plant. That is my motivation. So E-Spartan, no, I don't do. I lose money all the time, E-Spartan. I'm a terrible trader. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? There we go. But if you do want to talk about Pam's plant, I'm all for that. Undefeated argument in the category of day trading. If you want to day trade most efficiently, day trade futures for these reasons, through a prop firm for these reasons. That's the ultimate reason I'm live streaming, to make people aware of Pam's plant. Because it's a good win-win. Not only am I actually helping people because it's truly mathematically provable, a good strategy, but hey, if you use code CLAY, I can feed my kids. So like, it's a good win-win for everybody. But no, I'm not here to try to prove that I'm a great trader. Just to move the conversation beyond that, I'm a terrible trader. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a moron, okay? Do you only go for small scalping trades? That wasn't a small scalping trade. What are you talking about, Cyrus? That was not a scalpy scalp. That was a let the trade work for me. Exactly. It's just for entertainment. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a moron. I mean, my strategy when people ask me is literally the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, I'm just trying to keep it simple. Because I'm stupid. But most times people like, show me your results. Why? Well, because I want to see if are you good enough where I can blindly copy trade you. That's not what I'm here for. He's just joking. I have seen him make many cents. Exactly. Exactly. I've seen this man make 27 cents before. Exactly. I think we're going on. I don't know, Afrage. You've been around a long time. Afrage, but by the way, you should be a mod. How are you not a mod? Add as moderator. Just don't ban people if you're ever around. Just delete the obvious stuff. Leave the banning up to me. But yeah, Afrage. He has been around the community for, yeah, probably 15 years. I mean, so anyways. Good trader. I don't. Well, I mean, that's just outside of the scope of this. I'm not here to prove anything, especially trading afternoon hours. Again, we were talking about this earlier. I don't care what people, like, I don't care. Like, let's just move, like, let's talk Pam's plant. And if you think I'm a terrible, or if you want to just, I don't know, watch me trade. If you're like, dude, this guy there's no logic behind this guy's trade plans, then that's cool. But I try to explain what I'm looking at broadly so people can figure out like, okay, I can see that, or wait, what? And if you're getting a lot of wait, what's, then yeah, I'm probably, you know. But yeah, that last trade, congrats to anybody that took it. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Clay, just confirm you used the 50 SMA and the 20. Yeah, those are a couple of them, Angelo. Clay, bring out the briefcase of Benjamins to prove your... Yeah, exactly. I am still interested in a long down around this lower trend line here, but that's still kind of a ways before it goes down there. Let's talk ice cream. Oh, boy. What's next? Are we talking diabetes? Diabetes. All right. Did anybody take that trade with me, by the way? Give me a 2. Was anybody short with me on that trade? Give me a 2 if anybody was short. Gilbert, Jack. Show me the money. At least, all right, 3 of you. Okay. Neil, Toad, Toad-ish with the 2-ish, Riggs, Percy. Awesome. Good. Yeah, that was a nice one. Again, the yellow line showed up, did its work. Nathan did, Alan did. Excellent, excellent. Hey, hit that like button if you're enjoying. We're nearing 200 likes, which is good. We're going for 260. So hit that button if you're enjoying, and I don't know, maybe we can even get up to 300 likes today. We'll see. Looking for a long at 8:30. At 8:30. Down around here. Okay, I can see that. And where would your stop loss be? Nice resistance or triple test? I think I'll get rid of that line. I think it served its purpose for now. I don't like a lot of clutter on my chart, so I just use the 21 EMA. Yeah, everybody's got their definition of clutter. Some people would look at all these lines like, man, that's so much clutter. Fair enough, fair enough. Other people's chart I look at and I start to have like seizures because there's so much going on. And I'm like, what am I even looking at? But for them, they're like, well, I know exactly what I'm looking at. Cool. Cool. Figure out what works for you and go with that. Clutter is a very subjective term. One man's clutter is another man's not enough. I think that made sense. I think. Adrian, I like you. I like you too, Adrian. Who I guess sells new homes in Columbia. So, hey, Adrian, how's the real estate market in Columbia, South Carolina? Seen anything slow down, or what's that looking like? Again, I'm interested in. I don't know, Joe, how you still have not been banned. I don't know, but like Joe is, I don't know. Joe is just Joe. Like, I just remember his name for all the wrong reasons, but it is what it is. The home market in South Carolina is horrible. New homes or all homes? What? There's a couple, like, new construction market, used homes, or like, which one's so bad? And I might try, whoops. Well, Clay, let me rephrase that. Your charts look good. I could use your setup. All homes. Gotcha. Gonna try. Nope, never mind. It just dropped down too much further. All right, here we go. Maybe we get. You know, I said the trend line. I'm gonna stick with it. But I know some people are like, they liked this area right here for a potential long. I totally understand that, and maybe I'll regret not getting along there. You notice it says formally. Had 20 good years till a couple of years ago. Oh, wow. It is rough then. So that backs up with CC Mookie too. Wow. We just bought a house at Myrtle Beach. Great deals. Okay, so it's a buyer's market then. Okay. Yeah, real estate here has definitely slowed down where I'm at in Iowa too. Yep, I have a stock portfolio. Yep, that is in the category of investing. I have nothing against stocks or ETFs or stuff like that in the category of investing, but in the category of day trading, stocks, options, Forex, crypto, mathematically provable garbage compared to Pam's plant. Just put cellulose insulation in my walls and ceiling for your old house. Can you show us your trading station? You mean like my computer? All right. Okay, we are approaching somewhat, kind of, sort of, the lower trend line. Again, I'm not calling you crazy at all. If you're getting long anywhere around here, this is where it's bounced before. Maybe I should be getting long right now. I've seen some nice trading stations. Agreed. I've also seen some that make really good Instagram pictures, and then I don't think they're really helping the person out. I don't think I have any pictures. I have 3 monitors. I only use 2 for trading. So I have this one, which has my my main thing that I'm trading, and then right there is the chat box, and then over here is my other monitor where I have other time frames. So very anticlimactic. Not a good Instagram picture. I'll put it that way. And then on that note, as far as what computer and blah, 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 that is this company here built it. So a good guide that they have. Good. I don't get anything. If you go there, that's not an affiliate. I'm not making any money if you sign up for the guide or if you buy a computer from there. But that is the company right there that built my computer. It's been, I don't know, they built it, 6 months ago now. Love it. It's great. The Chart Breaker is the name of it. You don't use indicators, Clay. Yeah, I'm using the candlestick right now. The candlestick, in my opinion, is king indicator. Like, it is the king indicator. Like, tell me a better indicator than a candlestick. I don't think you can do it. Change my mind. Okay, I am John only. Where did I say that people need to buy one from there? Okay, I'm going to delete that out. Hey, I am John. Listen before you get all angry and type. Nowhere did I say you need to buy a computer. I said, this is where I bought my computer. I swear, some people, they're just looking to be offended. They're looking so hard to be offended that they don't even listen to what the other person says. You seem angry. Well, not angry, but you seem like you're looking to get offended. Can you tell me more about Clay Trader? What do you mean? E-Spartan, what? E-Spartan. E-Spartan. Come on, looking for a long down around that area. Do I use Fibonacci levels? I have, but I don't use them regularly. But Fibonacci's are pretty solid. I am new to trading. This is my second day learning how to trade. Okay, well, I will tell you right now, you're not going to learn how to trade watching this. Because there are so many things, so many assumptions that I'm making that you're not going to figure that out. But given you are new, I am offering this class on Thursday. So as a new person, it's free. Come check it out. CC Mookie. CC Mookie. There you go. I think I like that name. CC Mookie. VWAP is king to me. Yeah, VWAP's still based on candles on price action though. And candlesticks give you, because price action is king. Like look at any other indicator, look at the equation of it, geek out, and you'll notice that one of the variables in that equation is price. Same with VWAP, right? Volume weighted average price. Volume and price action go hand in hand. Because, yeah, if something has basically no liquidity, no volume, then, yeah, price action is relatively worthless. So, like, volume and price itself, those are going to be the kind of the king and queen indicators. But other than that, all it is a derivative off of those king and queen indicators. Do you trade mainly micros or minis? I trade both. Today, due to my internet issues at the beginning of the day, I have only done micros. Out at 5 points, got too scared. All right. I'm still waiting to see if this thing wants to bounce up. I mean, I'm either looking for a long down around this trend line, but it's not wanting to play ball with that right now. But if it wants to bounce up some more, I'll be looking for another short. But right now, trying to be patient. Trying my best to not get too far ahead of myself. But, I mean, to be fair, right now, this area has been doing a good job, generally speaking, of holding strong. So, we just say call this kind of the general area. So for anybody that noticed, hey, there were buyers here before. Let's see if they're, and you're playing this, great. You got a nice little bounce for a scalp off that one. So, like I said, I'm trying to stick with what I said, and what I said was I want to see that lower trend line. Which means, let me extend this out some more as we wait. Are we getting a falling wedge at all yet? I don't think so. Falling wedge is a bullish pattern, one of my favorites, but yeah, I'm not. Yeah, this right here kind of had that little upper shadow not happened, then even that still wouldn't. Yeah, that would still just be. So yeah, I don't see any falling wedges. Something that makes things a little bit more ideal. Can you trade with a real life account in the United States? Yes, that's the whole point of the prop firm stuff, eSpartan. Big Daddy, can I pay you to mentor me in trading? I do offer a mentorship program, Big Daddy. Right here, if interested. Big Daddy, there you go. I will link you to this. And yes, that is my mentorship program. All right, let's see if we can get a breakdown. And if it comes down to this lower trend line here, I'm stalking it like a panda. I'm ready to pounce like a panda, but it's first got to get down to this yellow line. And then let's see how it behaves down there, and then we'll go from there. Other than the internet issue, how can you determine to trade? Based off of the setup and how well things are moving. The more confidence you have in a setup, the more aggressive you can be. The more aggressive can come in a couple forms. Either you're increasing your size with MNQs, or you're just going to NQs. Which is the nice thing about futures is, you can get more aggressive in a couple different ways. All right, I need to get focused here. Come on. 10. Okay, I'm going to look for a buy at that green line. If it just totally dumps, I'm going to be in. All right, I'm in. See if we can get some sort of bounce. I'm going to have some good faith in this area to think that even if it drops on a little bit more, that at least we'll want to retest it. Okay, a little scalpy scalp there. I'm a little scared on this one. I did not think it would hover that long down there. My goal was hits it and then immediately snaps back up. And because it didn't happen, I got a little even tighter on the scalpy scalp. Again, hard to explain, but in my mind, that was an area where I was thinking it was going to hit and then right back up. But you saw it hit and then it didn't. It just hovered. And then it finally came up, which is why I just waved the white flag. And as of now, that was certainly the right thing to do. Wow. It just seemingly right now isn't really caring. Well, in hindsight, I would have been perfectly fine, but that is all hindsight. Again, for the reasons discussed, I was still a green trade, but again, I guess I had a little bit more confidence than I should have in it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring this down, and let's see if this area here is now a new area of resistance. So just basic technical analysis here. When levels of support, so this generally speaking was an area of support, are broken, so this was support right there, they can tend to act as resistance. Again, not a guarantee, but again, just trying to keep it simple. Is this now going to be an area for a potential short up around here with the idea that this area of support has now converted over into an area of resistance? I'm going to wait for confirmation, though. I'm not going to just blindly short up here. But yeah, if it wants to come up to this area around 23, I'm interested in a short, but I need to have some sort of confirmation. Again, trying to keep it simple. This general area was support. It's been broken, so will the support now behave as resistance? So Doggone it. Wow. Again, hindsight, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Had I just held, that would have been a very nice one. But like I said, I was wrong enough to have to force me out. Yeah, that's a pretty rough move, but it happens. Well, a blind short, meaning just throwing my order out to get short there, would have worked beautifully right now. Came up, and again, classic technical analysis. This area of support, once again, acted as resistance. Okay, let's see what we can cook up. Okay, I'm going to get short there if it want. No, if it pushes up too much, I can't take the trade anymore. Come on. Now, if it comes up above that green line, I'll have to cancel out the trade plan. Red line is where I'm attempting to get short, but I want to see the price first come down. Trying to go with the trend. The trend is down. We have a little bit of a bounce, but the overall trend would suggest this bounce is not truly strong. But if it is truly strong and I get filled, well, then I'll be having a losing trade. All right. Like I said, if it goes up through that, all right, never mind. Got to cancel out that because now my risk profile is too big. So we'll have to go back to the drawing board there. Have you ever thought of running a segment for a prop firm? I'm not sure what you mean by running a segment for a prop firm. So I don't know because I'm not quite sure what you're asking. So I guess my answer would be maybe. My paper trade got wrecked. A bit rusty at this. Well, at least you're not rusty enough to just throw your real money in harm's way. Hey, come on, let's get 5 more likes here. How are we not at 200? Come on now, folks. If you're enjoying, we got to get this up to at least 200 likes here. Come on now. We're going for 260 likes today. Water break, okay. You're right, got to drink my water. Well, right off of the 21 EMA, I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this line. That was disappointing. I thought that was just not even a clean bounce at all. There was no clean bounce. That trend line ultimately turned out to be irrelevant. So, all right, you're out. Oh, I see. I'm going to just delete that out because you're mentioning other people's stuff, which is fine because I asked. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just like to do my own thing. What do you mean trend lines work just fine? Well, that statement was not trend lines as a whole don't work. My statement was in regards to that specific trend line, it wasn't actually, the market really didn't care about it. Again, I love trend lines. That was not a comment universally of trend lines. I was talking about specifically that trend line at that moment in time. Because trend lines do not always work. They're not always significant. And that was one of those situations where I thought it would be significant, but it was one of those times where they weren't. Yeah, they might make some good money. I don't know. Mike, I hit the like. Not sure what you're trading as I can't see it on my phone, but I'm enjoying watching the green. I am trading futures, and then specifically I am day trading MNQ futures. Only got 6 points out of that. Well, was it a scalpy scalp or what, PJ? I mean, if 6 points was part of your plan, well then be happy with it. Hey, look at that, 213 likes. All right, chat. Now we're cooking with baby oil. Now we're cooking with baby oil. Let's go. Pretty sure that's a saying, isn't it? Cooking with baby oil. That's the saying, right? Along with what's the other saying? Cut twice, measure once. I think that's how that one goes. All right. It is starting to form like a little bit of a bull flag here. It's really just trust issues. Do you trust the bull flag when this bull flag is forming within an overall downtrend? Overall downtrend, I think easiest to see just via that purple line there. 50 period has a clear downward slope to it. Again, I'm not saying the bull flag can't get a push to the upside, but me personally right now, I'm having trust issues with it due to the overall trend. What's so funny, Henry? Cooking with baby, isn't that the saying? Now we're cooking with baby oil, isn't that the saying? No? Cut twice, measure once? No, trade it, Joe's. That's incorrect. I'm pretty sure it's cut twice, measure once. Okay, bull flag. I still don't trust you, but you're trying to flex some muscles. What EMA is the green line? That is a 21 EMA. Although, Prod Bank, be very careful because it seems like you're assuming I'm using EMAs. The purple line is the 50 period simple moving average. All right, do I take a short here? Stop. Where can I watch Trump's speech at? I don't know. Oh, that's right. It's supposed to start in 4 minutes. Okay. Yes, reminder. Well, he speaks at 1:15. My guess is 1:22. We already took we took a poll earlier on, a very unscientific poll about people's guesses of when he would actually speak. Given, I'm not quite sure he's ever on time. And Cyrus, I don't know if we ever determined what the speech was about either. I know some people are guessing it had to do with Israel. Do we have any baby making trend lines or levels? I'm not seeing any baby makers right now. I kind of thought this trend line right here was a baby maker. But it did not turn out to be the case. See, I'm not seeing any baby makers. This is an interesting level, though. This was an area of support right here. Came down below, got above it, and now it's right back to acting as support. So, I don't know. This level right here, at what is that, about 825? About 823. That's an interesting level now. Again, this was an area that was significant before. If you look back here again, was an area of support, and is once again trying to act as another area of support. Now, if this fails, are we headed back down here? I don't think that's a crazy thought. Dame, I'll keep waiting for those baby makers. I need one. Yeah, baby maker trend lines are great. It could still go down and hit that trend line you had. Yeah, that's true, it could. But that trend line is gone. The budget or government shutdown. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on, so who knows? Do you like the Trump administration? E. Spartan, you tell me how that's relevant to anything here, and then maybe I'll answer you. I think you're going to have a hard time telling me how that is relevant to anything here when this is a trading live stream. Now, if this was a politics live stream, okay, that I can see the relevancy. But you let me know how that has any relevance to this. You're never wrong when you're long. How have I never heard that phrase? You're never wrong when you're long. Or did you just make that up to, like, there's no way you made that up. There's no way that statement was just made up. Oh, I see. From a carpenter perspective, not from a trading standpoint. You're never wrong when you're long. Got it. That's kind of funny for a trading standpoint. Trump does no. Trump moves supply and demand, which moves the market. Supply and demand move the market, but yes. Trump certainly can have an impact in how supply and demand behave. If you're short, right, yeah, that would make sense from a carpenter standpoint. Makes sense, that makes sense. True, just ask Judd, yeah. Well, Judd would have to have something about buying the dip. You don't have to apologize, E. Spartan. I'm asking, if you can tell me the relevance, I'd be happy to answer the question. If you can let me know its relevance. All I'll say is, politicians, no matter who you are, I think for myself, I'm not a muppet. So I would say all politicians, there's probably some things I would agree with, other things I don't agree with. For all politicians. Again, because I'm not going to just abandon critical thinking in the spirit of tribalism. That's not how I do life. I can think for myself. So if you're going to ask me, do I like any administration? And I mean this across the board, any politician. There's probably some things that I'm like, nope, disagree. Other things I'm like, okay, I hear you. We can find some common ground there. Fear moves the market. So does excitement. Yeah, emotions move the market. Yep. Because fear impacts supply and demand. Excitement impacts supply and demand. Anticipation affects supply and demand. Panic affects supply and demand. Yes, emotions affects supply and demand supply and demand are what move the market. To me, it's very backwards where, like, you can, and this, again, goes to both sides of the aisle, but, like, you know, Tribe XYZ was saying this 4 years ago, but now things have changed a little bit, so now Tribe XYZ is saying the exact opposite. Why? Well, because, well, my tribe's doing it, so, you know, I'm not, my tribe all of a sudden says it's good, so I'm just gonna, it's like, no, that's called being a Muppet. Like, that's what we call, bah. I'm telling you, folks, I'm not thinking I'm a great thinker. I'm not saying I'm smart or anything like that. All I'm saying is it's fun to think for yourself. It's fun. People should try it sometimes. Critical thinking is enjoyable. Pick up a book on logical fallacies, you know? Pick up a book on reason and logic. It's good stuff, I'm telling you. And you'll be like, man, mainstream media, politicians, this person, that person, the world is filled with logical fallacies. You want to tell them to smash the like button?
Sure.
Okay. Don't be scared. This is what you've trained for. Okay. Just talking here. So we're at 224 right now. Let's see if they listen to you. Be like, smash that like button.
Smash that like button.
All right, let's see. 224. There's one. Oh man, you only got one so far. That's rough. That's rough. Give it time. Give it time. Give it time, Joy. All right, you want Trip to try now? Uh-oh, Joy. Hey, come on. Bunch of savages here.
How much that's doing?
I'm about to end the live stream. They do that to my Joy.
That's heartbreaking.
That is heartbreaking. There. Oh, look at that. Oh, there is the delay. Just like that at 2:42. All right, that's better.
Wait, was that Tuesday?
Yeah, they were. I was about to end it. You're not going to treat my Joy like that. She's my oldest daughter.
Wait, Dad, it just went up.
Yeah, now we're good. Now we're good. You want to try now, Trip?
Yeah.
All right. Smash that like button.
Smash that like button.
Okay. Now, everybody might have just hit their like, so it might not budge anymore now. Oh, look at that, Bill. $2. Say thanks, Bill.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Bill.
All right. Yeah, Trip got another couple. Tough crowd.
Yeah.
I basically.
What do you think? Should I just end it here? This
Yeah.
group is doing...
We should do who sees who gets the most. If Joy gets the most, or if I
Well,
get
Joy beat you. She got the most likes. But to be fair to you, they can only press it one time.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you can't.
Yeah.
Can you click it?
Well, no, I can't click. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I can click it.
Because
Anyways,
it's
look,
basically-
249. All right. Not bad. Not bad.
Smash
Not
that
bad.
Like button again
Yeah.
and again and again.
All right. Well, I got to get back to
Oh,
work.
hey, Dad, another
Yeah.
light just popped up.
Another one? Oh, look at this. $5 from Eggy Trades for ice cream.
Yay!
Woo! Ice cream diabetes. Diabetes in the house. All right. We got to get serious. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. so-
Smash that like button again. Watching that button.
We just made $7. I'm going to get yelled at. They're supposed to be doing school. Stop distracting them. Fair point. I am distracting them. All right, here we go. I don't know. I think it's 30%. That must be why people probably set up patrons. Is that why people say, if you want to donate, go to Patreon so YouTube doesn't, take half of it? Do you stream every day? Yeah, every day I start at 11 a.m. Eastern. All right. Call me stupid, but I'm interested in a potential long right around here. But it's first got to get down there. Thank you, though, for everybody that hit the like button. I mean, she's 13. That would have been devastating. But there was just a delay, so that was good. I'm thinking about that long, too. All right, we'll see. Still waiting for... I don't know. I'm trying to look for a falling wedge. I really do like falling wedge patterns, but I'm just... I don't know. Is this maybe kind of short? Okay, this is maybe one. But like, I want to see the price down around here more before I think about actually calling this a falling wedge. So yeah, this is kind of a bit sketchy right now. This is a 50K account that I'm trading. I was thinking it was a bear flag and looking at a short. Yeah, I'd probably call it more of a pennant. Good call. Oh, I mean, whatever. Yeah. I personally would call this a pennant. For you golfers, let me make a little bit more visual for you. Put the golf hole up here. So upside down pennant is a bear pennant. Ooh, this is kind of spicy. Oh, man, 122. That was my guess. Thank you. And no Trump in sight, so I was wrong. All right, well, my guess was incorrect. I gave him too much credit for thinking he could be up. He could only be 7 minutes late. Bummer. I lost track of the time, though. Thanks for letting me know. Hey, Raphael, thank you. Thank you. That's very, very nice. It's hard to not like this chat. It really is. It really is hard. We're hitting the like button, getting some super chats, getting good participation. No trolls. The couple people that I put on 30-minute timeouts, they didn't come back, which is fine by me. I appreciate it, Raphael. That's very, very kind of you. All right, I'm thinking about maybe kind of sorta, doing a short here. I don't know. Can this thing really? Yeah. I mean, we are still up 104 points on the day. So yeah, I'm gonna try to have some faith in the pennant here. We'll see what happens. Especially now, if this green candle falls back to the downside, that could be pretty spicy. So, now what I could also do is if this line here comes up and hits the purple line, then starts to come back down, I might try to... Well, I keep forgetting. Trump is going to be speaking any minute. I keep forgetting. That is a variable in the equation here. Speech is with Israel. Can anybody confirm? Is that finally the topic? Are we certain that the speech has to do with Israel? I mean, you said with Israel, so is that like him and Netanyahu are going to be on stage? Trump speaking rocket fuel. CBC just mentioned Netanyahu. Speech is over Gaza peace deal. Yeah, well, I don't think the market really believes that. And I say that because if that was what the meeting was about, you would think there would be some sort of spike. That is what the schedule says. Roger that. The event will follow a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister of Israel at the right. Google Gemini. All right, William, thanks. Peace deal. I mean, maybe. Somebody made it seem like that's what it was about, a peace deal. Like somehow that had slipped and leaked. But like the market would tell us that very quickly. If it had leaked, it would have already spiked. If they're hosting a Q&A session later, I'd expect some. Agreed, George, yeah. Oh, Ethereal did come back. That's good. I don't even remember why I had to time out. Good to have you back. Because normally you're perfect. You just had a rough morning with something. I don't remember what it was, though. Another 30-minute peace deal. Yeah, that's true. How many peace deals have there been? You don't like... I don't remember what the joke was. But sometimes jokes are risky. Sometimes they can be poorly timed. As somebody that I like to crack a couple jokes here and there, too, that is a risk with trying to be funny. Being funny is like being a trader. You got to take risk. Sometimes a joke is just not well timed. But I've been there before where I crack a joke and I'm like, whoops. Or my wife gives me the elbow to my kidneys. I'm like, oh, yep, I guess that probably wasn't the best time for that one. All right, here we go. I don't know. I like the setup. Don't get me wrong. It's not the setup. All right, well, the setup would have been, never mind. Because I was looking for a rejection off the purple line. All right, well, thank you for at least doing that. That way I don't have any regret. So there would not have been a trade anyways. But I don't know. It's just hard because Trump... Why can't Trump just be on time? Because at least when the Fed announces, we know, okay, the decision is at 2 p.m. Eastern... And there's no like, well, is it going to be 2:02? Is it going to be 2:12? Is it going to be 3? It's like, no, it is what it is. But like this, you just never know when. Oh, this. All right, I'm going to do just one just because. All right, there we go. I'm doing one just because. So if I'm right, I'm not going to make a whole lot. If I'm wrong, that's the main reason why I'm only doing one. This is purely. All right, let's get it. Let's make sure it's a winning trade. Now let's get some continuation on the momentum here. I want momentum now. So this will be a green trade. But how big of a green trade, I don't know, because I don't know if we're about to get some momentum now. Again, I'm not going to sit in this thing for the next 30 minutes with one MNQ. So I want my results now, or there we go, move it down some more. Why didn't I do 10? Why did I only do 1? I hate being irresponsible. Doggone it. Being irresponsible is the worst. Break it. Break it. Break it. There we go. Doggone it. I blame all of you for not convincing me to do 15 NQs. It's your fault. It's not mine. Come on. Break down for me. Release the Kraken. Release the hound, Smithers. Come on. Do it. Do it. Come on. Come on, Bear Pennant. Give me some continue. Stopped out. All right. Hey guys, what's the best broker for futures? Well, I would say the best way to do futures is to do futures through a prop firm. Because if you're using a futures broker with your own capital, I think that's a very, very dangerous thing because futures can move and they can move very, very quickly. So what we do around here and what I preach is Pam's Plan, which is a strategy to day trade futures with you're already on board. You want to trade futures. So you're already wanting to do PAMs, but you want to do it through a prop firm. And the main reason why is that you have that added risk control via how you can protect your own money. Because you have to spend very little of your own money to buy an account, which means that that's your only risk. So really quickly, as an example, if you were to go and buy an account for the 102 or for the 50K purchasing power, that would cost you 102. So if you blow the account, meaning you go and lose 2,000, then you're not out 2,000 like you would be if you were trading futures with your own money. You're only out 102 because that's all you spent on the account. So to me, the best, it's not a question of what's the best futures broker. It's what's the best futures prop firm. And for me, I believe Take Profit Trader is. So if you go to that link up above, make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 40% off and then 0 activation fee. But that would be my answer there is code CLAY at Take Profit Trader. So trade futures through a prop firm. All right, well, I guess that line never really did break, so. Blown in 90 days funded account today. It was good wins. Going to wait. All right, Trader Ken, it happens. It happens. Yes, ceasefire. They're doing more. Yeah, I've seen the PDT stuff. First off, SEC still has to approve it. Second, I think there's still going to be a form. I think it's still like $2,000 or something. Either way, from my understanding, there's still red tape. It's just not as much red tape. Passed my first 25K eval today. Congratulations. Good job. Right, yes. FINRA and whoever else already approved. The SEC still has to approve. But anyways, the lack of pattern day trader was only a small reason why futures are better than stocks and options. I mean, options is still a train wreck just because of theta. And stocks are still going to be a train wreck just because they don't move as good. Thank you. Is there any prop firms without challenges? No, they definitely all have challenges because it's a test. They want to see if you know what you're doing. But that is why I recommend Take Profit Trader, because their test is very straightforward. I do agree with you. Sometimes they're asking way too much. I agree. Some prop firms, there are so many rules, it can get confusing in a hurry. But with Take Profit Trader, that is why, on this slide here, I always say for a beginner, Take Profit Trader because of the clean set of rules. But you are right. Some of them, it doesn't make them bad. It doesn't make them a scam. But yeah, some prop firms, they definitely have more complicated rules than others. Well, there is the break to the downside. So bear pennant for the win. If we were here earlier, you saw this get mapped out. Although I'll give credit to Mark in the chat. He called it a bear flag, whatever. But I was thinking more about looking for falling wedges. He's like, or he could just do the bear flag. And then saw the bear pennant. I took it, got a little bit of a win. But yeah, good call, Mark. Well done. They are talking $2,000 as the limit. Okay, yeah. So $2,000 still way more money than a futures prop firm anyways. I got chopped up on a small short earlier. Trading can be so frustrating. Still love it. Yeah, you love it when you can be frustrated out of your mind, but in the back of your mind, you're like, but I still love this stuff. Yeah, no, Kevin. Yeah, they're straight to funded, but they're still an evaluation within the account. Because you're still not eligible to get paid day one. So that's the thing is straight to funded. I'm not saying are misleading, but kind of misleading. Not maliciously misleading. So again, yes, you can get straight to funded paying a crazy, ridiculous amount of money, but there is still a test because you still have to meet certain rules even within that account before you're eligible for a payout. But as I've said and will continue to say, I am yet to meet a prop firm trader that has tried other prop firms that then tries Take Profit Trader, gets to the payout phase, and then complains about daily payouts. I've yet to see that. Wait, what? I can request money again? Yup. And it's going to be paid to me fast? Yup. Wait, I can request money again? Yup. The record here, I can't remember who it was. Landon, maybe? Or either Landon or Nathan. But 14 days in a row of getting payouts because you can request money every single day. So that's where I say, if you've never tried Take Profit Trader, I promise you will love them. Once you get to that payout phase and the daily payouts, I've never had anybody complain. Clay, I signed up and used your code. I was a huge skeptic last week, but you convinced me. Oh, awesome. Today wasn't good, but I feel relieved it wasn't my own money. Yeah, isn't that nice, Amex? Well, thank you for trusting me. Thank you for hearing me out. But yeah, there's just something where okay, if I lose my mind, again, you don't want to lose your mind, but if I do, to know that your risk is just a couple hundred at very most, the math is in your favor. Thank you, Mrs. Free. I like that. I love TPT, my favorite. Yeah, exactly. I do mostly spot trading, but also CFD account. Occasionally I will do future. Yeah, Martin, all that stuff is garbage compared to the U.S. markets. You don't have to do CFDs. Well, Martin, what European country are you in? Before I spend too much, because we'll have to see if you're, because not all European countries are open to what I'm doing, but a lot of them are. TBD, a great starting spot. Yeah, thanks for the backup there, Lance. It was Landon. I only had 6 days. Okay, gotcha. Yes, sir. You made valid and good arguments. And after today, I'm even more convinced it's the right move. Awesome, Amex. I appreciate that. Okay, patient. Okay, I think, I don't know if I knew that or not. Okay. So they max you out at making $10,000 in a day. So if you have 5 pro accounts, they'll max you out at $50,000 per day. I can't say that I would really complain about that. Because Take Profit Trader is better anyways. They have better rules and they have a better payment policy with the daily payouts. That's why, Domsky. I'm in Sweden. You should be okay then. Let's check real quick. So you do not, I repeat, you do not want to see your country on this list. If it is, sorry, what I'm doing here, Pam's plan is not available. I do not see Sweden. Here are the S's. I see no Sweden, so you're good to go. You could trade the futures market straight up in the United States market, which is the best moving market anyways, Martin, for as little as 90 bucks. Right? Because 90 bucks, assuming you're using code Clay, 90 bucks gets you 25K in purchasing power. And that is only during the test phase. After you pass the test, the monthly fee goes away. So you're all in risk, assuming you pass in the first month, which is what I think you should try to do. Your all in risk is literally $90. That is insane. And that's how you can generate insane ROIs. Because if you look at the ROI calculation, ROI is based on your capital invested. And in these situations, your capital invested would be $90. Yeah, I've patient trader. That's a good question, and I've heard some interviews before with their CEO, and he made a comment even about they'd like to offer more than 5 accounts, but I don't know if it's trade ovate. I don't know how it works. I'm not going to claim, but to answer your question, I think it has something to do with the brokers and what the requirements. I'm not sure. So that's a very big kind of. I heard it, but very, very well could have misheard it, misinterpreted it. But I think that has something to do with it. Like, I'm pretty sure the CEO says before, we'd love to offer more than 5 accounts. But right now, such and such, they're only limiting us, like they're only let us do 5. So I'd assume it's some sort of external whatever. I'm used to looking at swing charts. There's so much money that could have been made. Yeah, TJ, I mean, that's what I'm saying. And the nice thing, TJ, is you can do both. You can be a day trader and a swing trader at the same time. That is what is awesome about the markets. It's not a false dilemma, right? The false dilemma, logical fallacy, where some people are like, well, it's either this or this. It's like, wait a second. That is a false dilemma. There is no false dilemma here. It is not, you're either a day trader or a swing trader. No, you can do both. In fact, you can do all 3. You can be a day trader, you can swing trade, and you can invest. So yes, TJ Carter, exactly. And that's a great thing is you're looking at this like, man, there could have been a lot of trades there. Yeah. And taking none of those trades would require you to sacrifice any of your swing trading that you have going on. Hey, has Trump started talking yet? Do we know? All right, I'm going to get rid of that line. Again, he still hasn't. So what? We're at about, 25 minutes late? Kyle, my brother from another mother. I think the shorts are starting to get sketchier and sketchier because, remember, all these are failed breakdowns. Failed to break down. Failed to break down. This roll over here was another fail to break down. So I might still try a short up here, but like I said, the shorts are starting to get sketchier and sketchier. if you make 10K in one day in a TBT, they move account to the live pro and you get, right. Yeah, exactly, Derek. But if I'm understanding right, somebody was saying there's a limit in the Pro Plus account. I know there's a limit in the Pro, but the Pro Plus, I think they might let you make as much as you want, because at that point, I mean, that they're not. It's not them paying you anymore. All right, I got to get locked in here again. All these trades, I really do need to just stay with one, because at any point Trump could start, he could say something, and I could get roasted. Oh, yeah, then I'm not sure, patient. That's interesting. My guess is there's some sort of, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yes, 100%, Domsky. That's kind of my point. Is it like, if you're like, man, I'm making 50K a day, but they won't let me make 50K a day. Okay, well, you're making 250K a week. You're making $1 million a month. You're making $12 million a year. Like, does that cap really matter? I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes people they're crossing bridges that don't really need to be focused on. Again, to be fair to patient, he's not complaining. He's just he was asking me, Clay, do you happen to know why that's the case? So I patient is in no way or shape or form is complaining. He was just asking me if he knows why that's the case. Check out, like I said, it's not a yeah, exactly, patient. Check out. Okay, Derek, I know you meant nothing malicious by that, but this is a take profit trader stream. Because my premise is, my goal, as I mentioned earlier, is I'm trying to make people aware of Pam's plan to day trade futures through a prop firm. So at the point I can convince somebody that prop firms actually make sense, what I don't want to do is then throw like 40 different prop firms at them. Then they're going to feel overwhelmed. So I want to ease them into the prop firm space as smoothly as possible. And you do that by not overwhelming. And you not overwhelm by just give them what you believe to be the most beginner friendly out there. And that, in my, yes, Derek, if you would just listen, I'm explaining why I'm deleting your messages out. So I don't want to overwhelm people by giving them like 10 different options. No, go with Take Profit Trader. There you go. Because I believe them to be the best anyways. And one of the reasons why they're the best is because they're great for beginners because they have such a clean set of rules. So again, Derek, I realize you didn't mean anything malicious by talking about another prop firm. I'm just explaining why I deleted that out. Because that is the premise I'm operating under. Probably bad business sense-wise. It would probably be better for me if I had like 10 different codes for 10 different prop firms. But that's just going to confuse beginners. But I never claimed to be a brilliant businessman. Oh, I don't know if I should have drawn that trend line. It's looking kind of spicy, but I don't know. I wish Trump would just start talking. Like from a trading perspective, it really is. Like he's in massive jerk mode right now. Like why be such a jerk? We're trying to trade here, Trump. We're trying to be disciplined, responsible managers of risk, Mr. Trump. And when you're just being late, we don't know when you're going to talk. And when we don't know when you're going to talk, it makes us nervous to put on trades. So yeah, from a trader, let me put this back. From a responsible, risk-focused, discipline-focused trader's perspective, Trump is totally being a jerk right now. Maybe there's people out there well, I mean, if you get to the point and you're making, no, not 10K, it would be 50K because if you had 5 accounts and each account had that limit, that would be $50,000 per day. If there are people out there not happy making $50,000 per day, I mean, I guess they can just find another prop firm. But the amount of people that are going to be averaging $50,000 per day, I think that would be a very big rarity. Now, some may call this a bear pennant. That's fair. I can see other people now starting to say, hey, Clay, let's cook. I'm seeing an ascending triangle here. So there's got to be there's at least 7 people in the world, maybe even a couple here on the live stream, that are looking at this, and in their mind, they're seeing the ascending triangle, and they're looking for something like this. That is their thought process. Can we get some sort of break like that? Again, there's at least 7 people in the world that are looking at the ascending triangle and thinking something like that. Feds are talking. Not Trump, though. In fact, is anybody here? Give me a 5 if I just read your mind. Is anybody here like, hey, Clay, that's what I'm actually looking at right now. Did I read anybody's mind by pointing out the ascending triangle? Give me a 5 if I read your mind. Look at that market. So of the 7 people in the world, we had one of them. We have 2 of them here. Of the 7 people in the market, that's crazy. 3 of them here. Wow. We almost have half of the people in the world. Look at wow, what a coincidence. Wow, maybe it's even more than 7 in the world. Huh. That's weird. Isn't that weird when you can read the minds of other traders? By the way, that is a good exercise. How well am I seeing the market? How well do I understand the market? Well, can you read the minds of other traders? Can you look at a situation and be like, I'm not going to do it, but I bet there are some traders that are doing this, that, or the other. Like that is a good exercise to figure out just how well your ability to read the markets is. Can you read the minds of other traders? Again, as of now, I'm not going to take it, but later on down the line, I could see myself also interested in that ascending triangle. But it's just such an unknown right now. With the market is just flat out waiting on Trump. Here we go. What? Money Ghost. Is Trump talking? That's a very broad statement to just throw out there. Here we go. That's almost a bannable offense to just say such a broad statement. And nobody knows what you're even talking about. Here what goes. Now, given Money Ghost has been here before, everybody's got to just calm down. Calm down, everybody. Oh, boy. Kind of want to get a little shorty, but gotta stay disciplined. But like, all kidding aside, like, this is the stuff that drives me nuts. Like, be on time, because when you're not on time, there is effects somewhere in the world. Now, if you want to argue whether the effects matter, that's a different thing. But for us as responsible, discipline-focused day traders, Trump not being on time is really a crappy thing to do. Now, again, you could argue, yeah, but with all due respect, you responsible day traders of futures, who cares? Okay, is this really making any impact in the world? I don't know. But like, it is, again, when you're not on time, you're affecting at least somebody. So in other words, kids, always be, and not even, I would say being on time is late. I argue be early. Be early. Be early. Now, I don't know how early. That's where fist fights start to break out. Is it 5 minutes early? Is it 10 minutes early? Is it just be early? Hey, Clay, do you have a certain daily goal for your target? No. Daily goals are the devil. Weekly goals are the devil. Monthly goals are the devil. We already deal with enough voices in our mind as traders. Why introduce another one? My goal is to take good setups. That's it. That's the goal. Take good setups. If you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. 15 minutes is pretty beast mode. I was taught to be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. Yeah, I like that. Whoever taught you that, Smart, Not Hard Productions, that's a good person. The one press corp girl taking a selfie. Be early. You sound like a jerk. Be early. Europeans, they're pretty structured, right? It was funny. When we were back in Michigan, Sometimes our church would host people that would come up from, oh boy, from not Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, from Costa Rica, and they were not on, like, everybody would just talk like their culture is so, like, they're not on time, they just go at their own pace, and then they look at Americans like, why are you so structured? Like, calm down, relax. So it's funny how culture can play a large role in that. So anyways, if you're here in Costa Rica, my guess is you probably think all of us Americans, like, need to chill out a little bit. Like, who cares? Just go with the flow. But that's got to be a European thing too, right? Because America was founded by Europeans. By hardcore beast mode, like Europeans. Like, the United States totally makes sense to me. If you just think about it, it totally makes sense. Like, so think about it back in the day. Here's the choice. I'm not happy here. Okay, these people now had something to do. They could either sit there and complain, or they could buck up, be like, I'm going to get into that big wooden box for the next 3 months and sail to this place where there's people there that want to kill me, but you know what? At least I got a chance. Talk about the entrepreneurs of all entrepreneurs. Like, those Europeans that made that decision, beast mode entrepreneurs. Yes, I know some of it was from, but I mean, in their mind, that was a choice. I can sit here and complain, yap, complain, or I can do something about it. So the people that got in that wood box, they were doing something about it. Way more than I've ever done in my life. Way more than I think all of us have ever done in their life. Like, put yourself in their shoes. Like, the easier choice was, I'm just going to sit here and complain some more. Would I have gotten on that big wooden box to sail for 3 months at risk of a sinking ship or going to a place where who knows what's there other than people that want to kill you and, like, scalp you? I don't know, man. That's beast mode. Like, America makes sense when you think about who it was originally founded by. Europeans that were like, I'm sick of this, but I'm not gonna sit here and complain. I'm gonna do something about it. Anyways, I have no idea how they got on that topic, but I'm just sitting here wasting time waiting for Trump. Okay, ascending triangle people. Did anybody take that ascending triangle breakout? Good job. Is that when the Earth was? I'm not sure how that's relevant. Was it a long time ago? Sure, but I don't. What's that relevance got to do with anything, Anthony? I'm not. Maybe you're doing a clever joke, but I'm not. It's going over my head. Your wit is going over my head. Clay, after I open a take private account in the U.S., what happens if I travel to one of the countries? I don't know, Jay. I have no idea. I guess if you use a VPN protector, then you'd be okay. But I do not know that, Jay. That is an interesting question. Brian did. Still and Long. And Angelo did. Good job. Money Ghost did. Congrats. Yeah, you ascending triangle, folks. Well done. Me, I was too busy ranting and raving about those early Europeans. Columbus sailing to prove Earth was round. I'm not getting it, Anthony. I'm not connecting the dots on what I was kind of ranting and raving about, or ranting about in a good way. Like, shout out to those early Europeans. Or I guess maybe you're just saying, well, no, shout out to him who was like, everybody says the world's flat. Well, I'm brave enough to put it to the test. Maybe that's what you meant. All right, now the question becomes, this was the breakout point. So do we get a back test and go? Is it going to back test the breakout point? Something like this. The back test and go. I am interested. I'm just scared because Trump could start talking at any moment. Again, Anthony, cut me some slack. I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to crack jokes. I'm trying to understand comments. So I failed you miserably, Anthony. I'm sorry that I did not pick up on the sarcasm. I failed. I hope you can forgive me. I know it will be hard. My mother's side of the family came here in 1621 to grow. So, in other words, they were hardcore entrepreneurs. I love it, T. Cooper. That's some good stuff. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to go with 2. Good. Seeing if we can. They got close to back testing, but not quite enough. You're still a beautiful idiot. Okay, good. That's all I'm concerned about. Am I still a beautiful idiot? All right, if this comes down and then comes back up, I'm going to try a long. Man, it makes me wonder, where's Jay Williams? Are you like CIA or something? What countries are you traveling to? Like all the banned countries are, I guess they're not all sketchy. Well, I guess that was, I think if I remember right, I had that line originally up a little bit more. Wasn't that, oh, I would have been okay. I think I moved that yellow line down some. Whoops. But yeah, there is the back test. Boop. And now it's, at least for a scalp, whether it continues to go is the question. But, oh, we're literally almost at 45 minutes late. Is that true? Right? It was supposed to start at 1:15. We're almost at 2. Unbelievable. The Plantation House is a historical landmark. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Just said on TV Trump and Netanyahu in 10 minutes. Yeah. Uh-huh. I believe that. Just like it was supposed to start at 1:15. Now, to be clear, BW Trades, I believe you that they said that. I'm just saying I don't believe what they said. Escalator broke. I think I know who Patrick is. Good to see you. Assuming that you're the Pat that I think you are. Are you the Pat who I think you are? Oh, all right. Thank you for being honest. Then never mind. Never mind. Oh, there you go, patient. All right, thank you for the clarification. So there is no, I repeat, there is zero limit on the Pro Plus accounts with Take Profit Trader. You can go and crush it as much as you want. Pat, no. I have a real life friend that's been here a couple times. But I appreciate Patrick not lying and being like, yeah, that's me. Not that it would have mattered. I would have told you something. You'd be like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess I can tell everybody, but yeah. We are, for those of you that have been here, you know that we've already been working on, because the goal for me and my family right now is we want a homestead, like get some chickens and garden and all that sort of stuff. We don't have it yet, but we've been working on the pole barn. But in this spring, we will be breaking ground on the actual house. So this spring, it's going to be a busy next 6 months as we get everything, contractors, et cetera, lined up. But yeah, we are breaking ground this spring. Whether that's March 1st or April 1st in Iowa, that's going to be very weather dependent, but that is the goal. Been getting bids, and some of the numbers are like, but nothing has been budget busting yet, so that's good. Well, I was totally wrong about Trump coming out and talking no more than 5 minutes after he said, yeah, well, I guessed 7 minutes, so 7 minutes wasn't even close. Is anybody's guess that was still here when we did the guesses? Is anybody's guess still on the table? It's being potentially right. I know Anthony said tomorrow, so Anthony's still in the game. Farm life is hard work. Yep. No, I don't mean like going to a farm like we're going to have a herd of dairy cows. I mean, I have farmland on my acreage, but that's still going to be rented out to the farmer. But yeah, we want to start with some chickens, have a nice garden, stuff like that. I just want peace and calm, That sounds like the life to me. I'm still calling 2:15. Okay, show me the money still in the game. He's at 2:15. Wow, he just flat out called an hour short. Clay, do you have any opinion on Bollinger Bands? Do they work for you? Smart money? Or, I'm sorry, smart, not hard. Do they work for you? Good for you. I've been off grid for over 13 years. Yeah, we're not trying looking to get off grid. But man, there's just something about that country air. Plus, with the 6 kids, we think like the homestead life is a good way to raise them, to learn how to work hard, stuff like that. Grew up in northern Wisconsin. Half my friends lived on farms. Nice. Again, I'm not looking to have like a farm. Like, I'm not looking to become a farmer. But yeah, to me, like trading, so in my mind, doing the live streaming, I end the live stream, I'm mentally dead. But then I'm like, you know what? I got to go chainsaw down that tree. Or I got to go split some wood for fun. I love to split wood. Splitting wood is so fun. But that seems good to me. Like, finish this up, and then I got something to do on the property, on the acreage. I got to go, like I said, I don't know, or just go hang out with the kids. Let's go play by the stream. Just picked up a chubby coal stove. I'm not sure what that is. For me, they work a little better than the 20. Hey, then do that. At the end of the day, if you like Bollinger Bands and if Bollinger Bands are working solid for you, then keep up with the Bollinger Bands. Went to Tractor Supply and asked about coal. He said that's a clean. Do you hunt hogs on your... Iowa does not have hogs. At least not that I'm aware of. Best thing that I've seen with Bollinger Bands, I can tell when the market is going to start chopping sideways. Cool. I love to split hairs. You know what? Sometimes splitting hairs is required. Other times, probably not so much. Is the EMA cross a good long setup? Definitely not my usual strategy, though. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Stuff like that, I get it. Unfortunately, though, like moving average crossover strategies, I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble, but moving averages have been around a long time. I assure you, if like trading was as easy as just waiting for certain things to cross one another, it would have been figured out by now. So like, I'm not saying it doesn't have its use or anything like that, but just if you're thinking trading is that easy, I think you're deceiving yourself a little bit. You should start doing some home hay and have your kids help with small square bales. Oh, that's a good, yeah. None of our property is set up for hay right now. Right now it's, we have woods. Some of it is soybeans, some of it is corn, and then some of it is CRP, which is like, thank you to all of you Americans, taxpayers. You're helping to save butterflies. Because some of our land is like for, you know, it's what, conservation resource program, I think, something like that. But yeah, so in other words, none of it do we have available for hay, but maybe in the future. Again, if you are here, it's hard to trade right now because Trump was supposed to start speaking at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. He still has not yet spoken. So we're all kind of sitting here kind of on not pins and needles, but trying to be responsible, right? This is not a degen live stream. I'm trying to be responsible. I'm not always perfectly responsible. I'm trying to preach responsibility. And part of being responsible is like, hey, if we have the president speaking, maybe just avoid the market for the time being. But he was supposed to speak almost an hour ago. 3:47 here. Oh, thank you for, yeah. Hit that like button. It's been a while since I've offered up the reminder. But if you're enjoying, hit that like button if you don't mind. We've already hit the goal, which is great. But we might as well push for 300 likes. I don't know. We could, I guess, in theory, break a record. The record for likes is 333. So I don't know if we're going to be able to hit that or not, but I guess you never know. So yes, if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button and you want to be a part of a potential record-breaking stream, hit that like button. I guess a family vacation is a little crazy with 6 kids. Even a restaurant has to be. Yeah, it adds up very quick. So code Clay to help feed kids. They happen to be my kids, but yes, Code Clay does feed hungry kids, and given I have 6 of them, and given they are hungry, then technically using Code Clay does feed hungry children. All right, well, at this point, maybe some sort of area of resistance up around here. But like I said, it's hard to want to get short or do anything because at any point Trump could show up. On the 5 minute right here, we do have the pink line right there, which is the 200 period moving average. So this could very well be an area of resistance. Up here is a little bit more eye-catching to me because it's a potential double whammy of resistance. You have the dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP. You have the purple line, which is the 50. But that's still a ways to go. But just a couple of things to keep an eye on. But really, I think some of the stuff only means so much. All it takes is for Trump to say one thing or that thing, and then a lot of this stuff will just go out the window. So, I mean, just keep that in mind, and that's why we keep waiting for Trump. Today's PA was a good success. No, you're talking to other people. Which, by the way, I love it. There's nothing better than seeing those of you in the chat. Now, yes, please still keep talking to me. Don't get me wrong. But like when you're asking other people questions, you're having conversations amongst yourself, even if you're agreeing to disagree, as long as you're doing it like adults, that's awesome. I love to see the chat interacting with one another. Again, don't totally leave me out, but I think that's awesome. Because I just saw T. Cooper. I was reading. I was like, oh, he was actually talking to Isle Boy, which was great. What's your goal in P&L for day and for the week? No, I do not. I do not have goals. Goals are the devil. Profit goals are the absolute devil. Check out this magazine. It is getting fantastic. Check out this. It is fantastic. What magazine, Jeff? I don't think you're I don't think you're allowed to send links, so you'll just have to tell me. Again, I am Johnny. Do you have a profit target? What's your profit target at? If so, I'll walk you through an exact example of why I think profit targets, profit goals are the devil. Like Waterboy's mommy, like Bobby Boucher's mother would say, it's the devil. Okay, we're getting some action here. Is he talking? Or is this just moving? Not yet. All right, so this is just kind of a move then. He's not talking. Okay, so this move is just moving, I guess, just because right now. Oh, Trump, why don't you... Wow. Coming up on potentially an hour late. How crazy is that? Clay, do you have any video explaining how you find trade setups? I do, but that would all be part of my mentorship program, which has been around since 2013. So please be like, oh, here, no. No. Mine actually has a track record and it's been around for over a decade now. So yes, I do, Kevin, but no, not like just out there. If profit target is bad, then why do you ask for entry? Angry Sushi, are you being serious? I'm talking, okay, to be fair, like a daily profit target. A weekly profit target, like a goal. I want to make XYZ amount per day. I want to make XYZ per week. That's what I mean. Here he comes. He's about to start talking. See, that's the thing. I'm trying to help Johnny out. He says something, I interact, and then he's just like gone. That's what's so confusing about live streams. Like you're trying to interact, and then like the people just, I suppose to be fair, maybe most live streamers don't interact. So like people just type stuff with zero expectation they'll ever get any response, so they just like disappear or something. Backwoods Magazine. All right. Backwoods Magazine. The Simple Living. Okay. So backwoodshome.com. The Simple Living Magazine. Okay, cool. All right, I got that up. I'll have to check it out more. Thank you. Well, they were making people sit down. I'm confused. Hoover, 1 minute you're saying, here he comes. Now you're saying, well, they were making people sit down. So which one is it? Is Trump showing up, or are they just simply making people sit down? Now here, are you... Hoover, with all due respect, hopefully you can understand my hesitation to believe you. Because you already said, here he comes. And then you change your story to, well, they're making people sit down. So is he actually showing up? Can I get confirmation? He isn't talking yet. They're all sitting waiting. Okay, we were told that he is showing up though. Everyone is settled. You said now he. Okay, Hoover, you were like burning your credibility by the second here. You've now said twice, here he comes, and now you're like, well, no, he's not. Hoover is like, if this was Hoover's credibility, and he's like pouring gasoline on it right now. And like, it's not like a little lighter. He's got like one of the Elon Musk like blow torches, and he's. Have you ever made your own butter and cheese? No. We have done our own maple syrup before, which was amazing. What is a good year for you as far as money goes? A good year for me is when I can feed my kids and keep the lights on. That is a good year for me. And pay my property taxes. That would be a good year. No one is talking yet. Audio on. I'm watching Fox News. No indication he is coming out yet. Maple syrup. Yes, there is a lot that goes into maple syrup. That is true. And it makes, and I don't even understand like the big, like how do the big companies get so much maple? Like I would love to see their operation. I suppose it's probably not real maple syrup. Oh, I'd like to trade, but just the unknown. A lot of maple syrup chains aren't real syrup. It's just chemicals. Is that how that works? I could see that. Or we are approaching the 200 period right here. So I don't know. Is that a short? At this point, too many variables. Sounds like the press conference is going to start. So I just got to sit on my hands for now. I've made moonshine a lot. Is moonshine legal or illegal? Random question, but like, is moonshine considered like a meth? Or is moonshine actually legal? Insiders are placing their bets. I mean, I don't think you have to be an insider. Go ahead, Martin. You can place your bet right now. Up to a certain amount. Gotcha. It's legal. I can get it here in Florida. Okay. Legal for personal use. You just can't sell it? Gotcha. Okay. Man, we have talked about so much stuff on today's live stream. And that's the crazy part. As I'm talking about so much random stuff with people around the world. Somehow we just landed on moonshine now. I don't know how, but here we are. As long as you don't sell it. Gotcha. Government wants their tax on... So, but like companies, so like, I don't know. So like Bud Light couldn't make, they're not allowed to make moonshine and then sell it? They could if they wanted to. Okay. Okay, so companies can make it, and those companies, they can sell it, right? So they can sell it. Clay, is heat fire required for maple syrup? Yep, yeah, yep. You got to boil stuff down. Okay, so in other words, no, moonshine is not illegal. Gotcha. Okay, noted. Oh, this is so just ridiculous. Come on, Trump. Just talk. I despise moments like this. I really do. This is where I just want to kick responsibility out the door. Be like, who cares? Let's just roll the dice and see what happens. And to be fair, sometimes that works out beautifully. But also, to be fair, sometimes you'll get absolutely wrecked. And then you go on tilt. And then it's just Not pretty. Moonshine is illegal here unless it's made by a licensed distillery. With all due respect, Leonandro, check out my YouTube channel. I have literally probably over 1,000 videos of transparency, of live trades. I have now, I don't know, 8 months worth of live streams, Leandro. So by far, go for it. So don't even, a little transparency would be appreciated. Yeah, there's plenty already. By the way, but you're focused on the wrong things anyways. You are new and you're all concerned about, well, how much can I make? You're not going to make anything with that attitude. You should be asking right now, how do I manage risk? That's what you should actually be asking. Clay, geez, you kind of got grumpy. I did. I understand a lot of people just started, like they just popped up like last week. But dude, I'm an old man in the space. The YouTube channel has been around since 2013. Like I am an old geezer as far as this space is concerned. So there's plenty of transparency over literally more than a decade now. So to say a little transparency would be appreciated. Yeah, there's been plenty over the years, my friend. Plenty over the years. Like I said, maybe I need to calm down a little bit. I do understand a lot of people, like, especially this day of social media, they all of a sudden popped up like last week and they're making all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. But no, I am one of the old geezers of the space. There's already plenty of transparency. Yes, money can be made. Yes, but it's hard. But at the end of the day, if you're focused on making money, you're focused on the wrong thing. Trading has zero to do with making money. Blind drunk monkeys can make money. Can you hang on to the money? Can you grow the money? That's a whole nother question. That's where risk management comes into play. That's true, Stefan. That's true. Do you trade options? I used to day trade options, but day trading options is garbage. Garbage. Mathematically speaking, it makes 0 sense to day trade options. A very easy mathematical thing to display. So I used to day trade options, but then somebody hit me in the face with a sledgehammer, and then I saw the light. I'm like, wait a second. This makes no mathematical sense. Keyword being day trading options. If you're asking about like options like in the investment category, I have nothing against options in the investment category. Covered calls, cash secured puts, that's some cool stuff. But like in the category of day trading, no. Day trading options is garbage. Wrong, I'm green, 938. Again, please listen to the argument. I didn't say you can't make money day trading options. I said it's garbage because it's very inefficient. You are making your life harder than it needs to. I mean, dude, this is what you just did. Wrong, I'm green, 938. Okay, this is what you just did. Here's the logic. Okay, you have two people, and it's like dig a hole. One person is digging a hole using a shovel. The other person grabs a backhoe. There's the hole. The other person's like, do you see? I worked pretty smart, not hard. And then, a couple days later, you're like, wrong, look at my hole. That's like, okay, nobody ever said you can't dig a hole with a shovel. But what we're trying to say is there are more efficient ways to go about it. So the fact you made money did not disprove anything because the claim is not you can't make money day trading stocks or day trading future or options. The claim is you were working harder, not smarter. Nope, gonna sleep with a smile. Yeah, I'm almost positive you've been here before. No, nobody's that dense. Nobody's that much of a dent. So I think you're here and you're just, what is it? What is the term? Rage baiting? They got to be rage baiting. So I'm not gonna fall for it. Now, if you're here and you're actually serious, you're like, wait a second, why is day trading options garbage? Why doesn't it make, like, what do you mean it doesn't make mathematical sense? I'd be happy to explain it because it takes all of 30 seconds. No, you're trying to rage bait, day trade the SPY option. You're not that dented. Kind of AMX. No, that's not. I wasn't talking about like that hole, like a negative hole. I was just saying like a hole in general. Like you just want to dig a hole. I mean, it's sign number one of people when they don't listen to arguments. Because Pam's plant, the argument is it is the most efficient way to make money. Not that it's the only way to make money. Because yes, that would be a way to defeat the argument, is if my claim was you can't make money day trading options, and then he shows up and says, well, I'm up $980. Like that would be a defeater against my argument. But my argument is not you can't make money day trading options. The argument is you're working harder, not smarter day trading options. You're making your life more difficult. You are trading inefficiently. That is the argument. So to sit there and then say, but I made money, that does not disprove anything. That's not the argument. Again, critical thinking, people, listening to arguments. A skill set that either day trade, the SPY options does not have, or else they're just trying to rage bait and troll. And I think they're just trying to rage bait and troll. Because nobody's that dent. Nobody is that much of a dent because they're that dense. Is Trump talking yet? Johnny T, I'll assume that's a no. Trade whatever is making you money. False. Incorrect. Again, if you're trying to dig a hole, sure, that shovel it's working. You're getting a hole using that shovel. Or you could use a backhoe. So no, I disagree. Trade whatever is making you money. No, I think you should trade whatever is most efficient. Specifically, most efficient in regards to risk management. So with all due respect, Martin, I'm gonna have to disagree with that logic. Yep, I day traded options and they are way harder and much more frustrating. Yeah. Again, it's not hard math. Because of theta tilts the math against you. VP and Rubio just came out. Roger that. Again, I'd love to be looking at a short here. Look at the 5 minute. We have quite a bit of congestion. We have this yellow line here. We have the 50 period. It's right around the 200 period, but I can't do anything right now. It's too sketchy with such a wild card such as Trump that could be starting any time now. But I don't know. Maybe we'll get some good fireworks. Or maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Are we still like another hour out? I don't know. I don't know, brother. You definitely have to be wearing Depends to be report. Yep. Waiting and waiting and waiting. So are we. We're trying to be disciplined. You know, we're trying to be disciplined, or at least I am. I assume many of you are too. Because the people that don't want to be disciplined, they're the ones that bail very quickly. They don't really stick around the live stream, but man, we're trying, but good grief. These two aren't out yet after making millions. Wait for this conference, and they will end it in 5. I mean, even if they end it in 5, that's fine by me. I just want it to be a thing of the past right now. But it's all this uncertainty that's creating basically the lack of me being able to trade. If I swing trade option, okay. Whatever you say, whatever you say, day trade. You dent away, my friend. You dent away. I'm new to day trading. Should I keep watching the live stream or your videos? What do you recommend? Well, Leandro, I do offer this for newer traders. I think this will make sure you're focusing on the right things, get your mind in the right set. So there you go, Leandro. So if you're a beginner or a struggling trader, check that free class out. If you're like a battle-hardened veteran, I don't think that class will really offer you a whole lot. I mean, you're still welcome to attend, but I would say the free class is more so just for if you're a beginner just getting started, or if you're someone that's struggling, maybe that class can kind of spark on a light bulb of, you know, something that, you know, you've been doing wrong. Don't pay for a course. Everything you need to learn is free. Yeah. This coming from the person where what has free information gotten this guy? This guy. So this is the great irony. His whole premise is, hey, paying for free information, or it's all out there for free. Where is that free information led this person? To the conclusion that day trading options is a good idea. That's where free information has led him. So thank you for arguing for, you know what? Having some structure in your education, having a mentor in your education is probably a good thing, because per your own premise, you have displayed that, with all due respect, you're not the smartest, you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. So yes, you're a good case study on where free education leads somebody. Thank you for your magnificent sales pitch. Again, go back and look at how day trade the options has been behaving, and then realize, well, there is the result of free education. I could not ask for a better salesman than day trade the SPY options. Thank you, sir. People are going to accuse me of paying you to do all that. All right, he just came to the podium. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. I mean, I don't know what he is, Amex, but he's a good salesman for me, that's for sure. I appreciate it. All right, Trump is speaking. We'll see what happens here. If you are going to trade this, I hope you're in a prop firm. That way, worst case for you is you just lose your prop account. I might even say you might want to just keep it in like a test account too. Again, to be fair, it could really work in your favor. But if it doesn't, full port short. All right, Ola Trades. Ola Trades is going in degen mode right now. Use stop loss. That's it. No, that's not it though. That's a problem. Car lifestyle. When I say slippage, do you know what that means? I'd encourage you to go learn about slippage. Is he talking? Why can't you just tell us? Because you know what? There becomes a time where, do you want me to wipe your butt for you too? Hadu? You want me to chew up your mouth, or chew up your food and spit in your mouth too? Man. Do I gotta change your clothes for you, get you dressed for the day? Honestly, yes. Well, I don't think you're going to be around this live stream very long then. I think your feelings are going to get hurt pretty quickly. I think you're going to think I'm a mean person pretty quickly. I am mean. I'm a mean old cuss. All right, let's see. Let's see what it wants to do. All right, right now sitting at the 200 period simple moving average. Well, I mean, to be fair, Wade, trading SPX options, I do agree. It's better, but it's still options. You still have theta. So the problems are still there. All right. What are they saying? What's the lowdown? What's being said at the speech so far? Just had that happen this weekend. Someone asked to teach them trading for free. I've been training. That's because people think like, oh, yeah, like I can teach somebody how to trade in like 10 minutes, which is fair. Like when you're new and you don't know what you don't know, people don't know how, like, no, that's not quite how it works. Sounds like they have discussed the issues but haven't come to any conclusion. Okay. So, no solid answers. I'm going to try a buy right there. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's a total boredom trade. I have been being, not necessarily bored, but I haven't traded forever, waiting for this whole Trump speech. So I'm not going to say that's like a total dumb trade, because in my defense, was trying to think maybe it bounces off of the 200 period, but by no means a great period, or a great trade, because we also have the 50 period right there. Does the market? No, right now the market does not seem to care. But all it takes is one word, one phrase, and it could also start to care. No, Travis, he hasn't been banned. That's, what is his name? Frank, is it? I mean, I want to get long right here. I do, but all it takes is one Trump thing, and I mean, this green could be down to red in a hurry. Sick, just finished my meeting. My first long target. Oh, good job. Congrats. Don't ban. Why would I ban you? You are the epitome of a magical salesman of what free education gets you. Trust me, day trade spy options. You are as far away from getting banned as possible. I mean, you're like a fantastic salesman that I'm not paying to be a salesman. You're good, man. You're good. Keep it up. Yeah, you're welcome, and I appreciate you. What was your name, though, before? Like, you've clearly been here before. What were your previous names? I won't ban you, because at least you're being honest to tell me what your old names have been. Wish you had joined, Clay, when I wrote it out. Oh, I don't. It sounds like that was like a 4. Like, how long were you in that trade for, Niraj? Hey, let's get 8 more likes. Let's push this up to 300 likes. If you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's see if we can push this up to 300. Again, Leandro, sign up for that class. Sign up for the class. Part of that class is answering that exact question. So the link I sent you, I talk all about that in the class. What type of trader are you? I'm a day trader. All right, getting more of a pullback here. Pass another 25K test account goal with 2 days. Nice job. Well, even when you have your 5 pro accounts, keep in mind you're going to want to be training more horses. Okay, here we go. To buy the trendline or not. Let's see if it wants to come down. Yeah, Elusive doing very, very well. Long time. He's been a long time person on the live stream. Almost from like when I first started. Whenever that was, 7-8 months ago. Thank you for warning, Clay. I stayed out because of your... Well, you're welcome, Trader. Trader Ken. Man, almost right off of that tread line. The power. Hey, there we go. 303 likes. We got a great chat here. We got a great chat. Well, 5 minutes looking like an interesting candle. But to be fair, the 5 minute still has, if you look up here, you can see how much longer this candle. So the 5 minute, if you're new, that just means that each candle moves around for 5 minutes. So that countdown timer right there is telling you how much longer it's got to go before it stops moving around. So as of right now, I was going to say nice hammer, but this candle still has about 2.5 minutes before this candle is done. So the hammer could definitely disappear. Long 810. Okay, so you're waiting for quite a pullback. All right, Ethereal. I appreciate it though. That's good stuff. His trade plan ahead of time. That is what it's all about. Tasty 5 minute rising wedge. Let's see. I am currently not seeing the rising wedge. Not saying it doesn't exist, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm with you there, Soak. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but for me, I don't think I'm quite seeing what you're seeing, brother. Hey, thanks, JJ. Good to see you. Appreciate you hitting that like button. Tread line broken. I'm going to try a bounce off the purple line here. I'm not going to try to overstay. Well, never mind. Never mind. Dropped down too far. Well, I guess that was the short there. Try to get long, but like I said, I guess I was overstaying my welcome thinking that. There's the hammer, or the attempted hammer, I should say. I'm still new to trading and trying to understand some stuff. When it comes to time frames, does every candle react differently with different time? Well, every candle is different because it's a new time frame. So, for example, this is the 2 minute. This candle will move for 2 minutes. This is the 5 minute, so this candle will move for 5 minutes. So, yes, they do react differently in the sense of just definitionally speaking, like it's a different time frame, so it's only going to react for 2 minutes as opposed to reacting for 5. I'm not quite sure that's what you're necessarily asking. If you want to try to clarify, that's fine, but yeah. So yes, they are different in the sense of they move for different amounts of time. Hence, what a time frame is all about. It's candlestick's price, it's fractal, it's all. Truth vibes. What's going on? You all right, Truth vibes? You didn't eat any mushrooms from your backyard, did you? Be careful with that. I know some mushrooms are delicious, but other ones, careful, brother. I don't know. Is this thing about to bounce? Is Trump still talking? I am okay. Okay, good. Good. I'm not sure what all the emojis have to do with anything. I'm not saying that they don't have to do with anything. I'm just saying I am failing to connect their relevance at this point. You know, I'm just going to ask for it because why not? 333 likes is the record. So if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit the like button, you could play a vital role in helping to set a new record. So I don't know if we have enough out there, but I'm going to at least throw a Hail Mary. I'm going to throw the Hail Mary. Maybe we can break a new record here. So again, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. We're within striking distance. 24 likes away. And we have over 300 people here, so I don't know. In my mind, it's worth at least the Hail Mary. Talking a lot, but saying nothing. Talking about the Middle East. Okay. All right, I'm going to try a buy right here. Stop right here. So it's either going to come down and we get some sort of bounce back up, or it'll take me out. Mostly talking to myself here. Movement from. Hey, that's cool, Bruce Trade. I appreciate that. I appreciate how you provided context. You're kind of just talking to yourself, but talking out loud in case other people want to consider your thoughts. Hey, that's cool. I don't recognize the name Bruce Trade, but stick around. Wrist short off 50 wrist short of 50 SMA, 5 minute now in the sweet spot. Hey, good job, Nathan. Congrats. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and cancel out my trade plan. We're bouncing. It's leaving me behind. So that's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. 317. Oh, that's all right. 317 likes. We tried. I threw the Hail Mary. Didn't quite get it. That's okay. Like I said, if you're going to be trading this stuff, I would say a prop firm is a good way to go about it. And on the note of prop firms, for those of you that are here, 2 that I put my name next to. So the first category of people is maybe you're an experienced prop firm trader, but you've never used Take Profit Trader. Give them a try. I promise you will love them. How can I make that promise? Well, as I always say, I'm still yet to meet any prop firm trader that has used other firms, and then they try Take Profit Trader, they get to the payout, or they get to the pro account and then the payout phase, and then they complain about daily payouts. I've yet to meet anybody complain about being able to request money and get paid money every single day. So for that reason alone, definitely worth at least a try for any intermediate or advanced prop firm traders. Or on the flip side of things, if you're a beginner, then definitely start with Take Profit Trader. Maybe you've heard about Apex and you've heard some bad things, but here's what happens is beginners start off on Apex, they get overwhelmed with the rules, they get confused, and then Apex comes across as shady, comes across as all that sort of stuff. They're not. They pay, they have a track record of paying, and all of that. The problem is, yes, if you're a beginner, it can come across very, very sketchy. So if you're a beginner, start with Take Profit Trader. They're the best anyways for the reasons discussed. But the thing is once you, as a beginner, you turn yourself into one of these categories, at that point, if you want to expand your empire, get even more accounts, then cool, no problem at all. At that point, just hop over and give Apex Trader a try. And, that is, I think, the best way to go about your prop firm trading. And then also at the end of the day, this is where I get very transparent. As much as I enjoy live streaming, my proof, I've been at this for 4 hours. I am a father, I'm a husband, I have responsibilities, so I got to manage my time wisely. I can't take 4 hours out of my day for something that yields basically no monetary gain. If you notice, I have ads turned off so you can have an ad-free viewer experience. So if any way, shape, or form you want to ensure and help the live stream to continue, then you got to use code CLAY because, again, as much as I do this just free of charge, I can't because I have responsibilities at home in my real life with kids. I have 6 kids, okay? 6 kids. They're hungry. So like I said, I know that rubs people some the wrong way. People believe you should be doing all that for free of charge because time grows. No, time management is my thing. So like I said, not to mention using code CLAY gives you, saves you money anyway. So it's a good win-win. You get a good deal. You help the live stream continue, and it's just a true win-win for everybody. So if that offends you, I'm sorry, but I just got to be transparent about it. This does need to be quote unquote worth my time, or else I can't justify pulling 4 hours out of my schedule for something that doesn't really yield anything. So, all right, what an absolute clown. This day trader options guy? What an absolute clown! Holy smokes! People like that, we need to feel bad for. I mean. But it is what it is. So we were on such a hot streak, and then we almost had 0 trolls. But at least, to be fair, Day Trade, the SPY options, turned out to be a good salesman. A good illustration of what free education gets you. To be fair, they may actually know what they're doing, and they're just totally trolling. So I will throw that. But if they're not trolling, yeah, there you go. There's a nice little exhibit of what free education can lead you to. Because that guy, one of 2 things. Either is a troll or a total... somebody that needs to work on some things. One of those 2. So, anyways, is there a minimum tick or time limit for a trade? No. That's one of the things, David. The very clean set of rules. There's no scalping rules, no consistency rules, no scaling rules. Just trade. Now, of course, they have, you got to make certain amounts. You can't lose. They have the drawdown stuff, but all those other rules, it's not there. But yes, if you want to help contribute to keep the live stream going, code CLAY with either Take Profit Trader or Apex. So I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Amazing. Within 7 likes of a new all-time record, but looks like we're not going to quite hit it. What is your stop loss money? My stop? I'm not in a trade. Or at least I don't think I'm in a trade, right? Okay, no, I'm not in a trade right now. He must be talking to somebody else, but I wish there was no charge to move from test to pro. There is no charge. If you use code CLAY, there is no charge. There is 0 activation. Assuming you're talking about Take Profit Trader, code CLAY gets you 40% off and then no activation fee. But anyways, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. On your way out, if you have not yet, hit that like button. And make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications so you can be reminded of when I do go live. But like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Fun live stream. Good one. Frustrating with Trump taking forever to speak, but it is what it is. So everybody take care. Have a good one, and I'll see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern.